Let's begin. Okay, that's fine. So, thank you for coming.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Fredrik Heintz. I'm a professor of computer science at Linköping University in Sweden, where I do research on AI and autonomous systems. And we've been doing research in this area, or at least, we have been doing research in this area since the 70s. So we're going on for about 50 years now. Personally, I've only been involved in about a little bit more than 20 years. And actually, we had fully autonomous helicopters about 20 years ago. So we have been working on this for a long time. And as the professor here said, was that I'm also been appointed professor chair between Sweden and Brazil in the areas of AI and autonomous systems, where I'm supposed to build up collaborations between the countries in these areas. And that's also why I'm here, to establish and continue these collaborations. And I was asked to talk a little bit about the different activities that we do. As always, there's many things to talk about, but I will try to talk a little bit about educational activities and a little bit about research activities. So, yeah. It's dangerous to stand here because it's too close to the microphone. And of course, I forgot my pointer. So anyway, actually, I already talked about this. That so as Linköping University has a long tradition in the area of AI. So we actually had the first professor of computer science in Sweden, Professor Eric Sandoval, who was over in the US in the late 60s. Studied with John McCarthy and Marvin Minsky and other people from the founders of AI. And when he came back to Sweden, he was appointed the first professor of computer science, which means that AI has been a natural part of computer science since the start. And that has a consequence, namely that AI has not really been that, explicit, but rather always part of computer science. So we don't have any professors of AI and such. Excellent, thank you. This will simplify my life. And I also mentioned this, that we have a lot of experience in actually building fielded autonomous systems. So we actually come from a more theoretical, this kind of knowledge representation, automated planning, that kind of backgrounds. Actually, we did a lot of research on reasoning about action and change, which was like the hottest topic in the early 80s. But we have also been doing many other things. But starting in the late 90s, we got this large project of actually building, or rather developing AI technology to enable autonomous systems. And then we started to actually integrate different AI technologies into working fielded systems, and also to apply them and actually make them useful. And I think that has really had a lot of kind of impact on the way that both I work and that we work. So we are much more focused on what is the problem, and then we select the technology or techniques to actually solve the problem. So we've been working a lot with different types of robotic systems. So here the 100 kilo helicopter that we so basically this was a commercial helicopter from Yamaha, and so it was remote controlled. And then we made it autonomous in the early 2000s. We've also competed in RoboCup, and now we have a large research arena on public safety, where we have many different types of boats and drones and spot robots and all these different kinds of things. So the division that I work in is called the AI and Integrated Systems Division. And the name comes really from this, that yes, we are doing research on AI, but we're also working with these integrated computer systems, where we're actually working with artifacts and trying to get these technologies to integrate them in these systems and take advantage of that. So we have several different groups in this, or labs in this division, covering many aspects of AI. And I lead then the reasoning and learning lab, where we're working in this kind of intersection between machine learning and machine reasoning. I also think it's important that to have a sense that of the ecosystem around it, because I think one thing that we are learning in the area of AI and in many other areas as well is that it's very difficult to do everything yourself. You really have to be part of a larger ecosystem. And I think we're actually starting to get a pretty good ecosystem in Sweden at least. So we have the universities, of course, doing research and education and so on. And then we have a large basic research funding program called the Wallenberg AI Autonomous Systems and Software Program, or WASP. So here it's a 16-year project and a funding of more than 600 million euros, or well, dollars is about the same. So it's really large-scale basic research funding. And there, one of the goals of this research program is to educate at least 600 PhDs in the areas of AI, autonomous systems, and software. And actually, that's my job, because I'm the director of the graduate school in this program. And currently, we have more than 400 PhDs or PhD students in the program, and we have more than 70 have finished their thesis. And I mean, just to get a sense of the numbers, it means that we will have one PhD defense per week the next 10 years. So it's really large-scale educational effort. We're also working with recruiting people internationally to actually be able to supervise and to do all the research. And we also have these research arenas, including this public safety research arena I shortly mentioned previously. Then we have two sister programs to this. The first one is the WASP-HS, which stands for the Humanities and Societies. So, I mean, one of the really interesting developments in AI the last 10 years, I think, is this broadening of the subject. So it used to be like a technical subject within computer science. Today, we see a lot of influences and a lot of connections to basically all the others, all the other sciences and disciplines. So this research program is then about studying the consequences or impact of this technology on, say, the ethical, legal, economical, societal aspects of AI and autonomous system. So that's a parallel research program. And we also have an educational development program, which I lead, where we're basically helping higher education adapt to the needs or maybe I should say the consequences of AI and other transformative technologies. How should we as universities adapt and be able to educate the people that's needed to cover all these competences? We also have an initiative called AI Competence in Sweden. So here we're working more with lifelong learning and helping companies and organizations to upskill their employees. So there we also have. We also have this open online course, Elements of AI. So this is originally this course was developed by University of Helsinki in Finland, with the goal of educating at least 1% of the Finnish population. That turned out to be easier than they thought. So then they switched to educating 1% of the world's population. And then they started to spread this course around the world. And the first country that was exported to was Sweden. So we translated the course to Swedish and started, I think it was 2018 maybe. So it's been running for 2019 maybe. It's hard to remember the years. So now we have this open online course. So basically anyone can just take the open online course, but you can also get university credits from the university. So that after you complete an open online course, you have to submit your certificate and do a small validation test, also online, but under the control of the university. And then you get university credits for this course. So now I examine about 1,000 students every semester. And again, it's about scaling things up. So actually we do this with basically a TA working part-time. So we really have automated almost everything in this course. Of course, there's still some questions to be answered and new exams to be created and a few other things, but most of the kind of everyday activities are automated. So we can really scale this up. And now we are starting to develop more courses of the similar type. So, University of Helsinki have created, I think, 3 more courses. We have also developed our own elements of machine learning and a course on AI and natural language in the same style as this. So I think that's a good example of how to kind of create courses and scale them up. We also had an initiative that used to be called AI Innovation of Sweden. Now it's called just AI Sweden. And here the goal was to accelerate the use of AI in public and private organizations. So really about accelerating the use of AI. It's more the applied side of things. And then I'm also coordinating one of the European networks of research excellence where we are developing the scientific foundations for trustworthy AI. And actually Linköping University is the host of several of these. So the WASP program, WASP Ed, Taylor, and so on. And these elements of AI were also. So we try to take an active role in fostering this ecosystem. There is also a comparable ecosystem on the European level. European level is a bit more complicated. To me, the one really interesting organization is this. So this is the European Partnership on AI, Data and Robotics. So here the European Commission is investing 1.3 billion euros into this partnership with the expectation that the private side should provide at least as much, invest at least as much in these areas. So this is really working both on the kind of research, innovation, and deployment. So really trying to cover the whole ecosystem again in this area. And here I'm currently working on developing the strategic research, innovation, and deployment agenda. So basically, what are the priorities of this organization and what do we want to work with the coming years is one of the open discussions. And that is then done in collaboration with the European Commission. So I think one thing that, going back to the Linköping University perspective, is that we have, or rather we have been asked to host a large number of these very large national initiatives. So I think we have been very successful in doing these large scale. So actually we have this, autonomous system software, or I mentioned this educational development as well. We actually also have, the WASP program is Sweden's largest individual research program. And I think we also have the second largest, which is this initiative on material sciences and sustainable technology. We are also the host of the National Academic Infrastructure for Supercomputing. So we used to have several supercomputing centers in the country. Now we have collected them all in a single entity, and that's being hosted by Linköping University. And actually we also have an NVIDIA SuperPod. So we have really large-scale computing power. So I think currently it's like 60 A100s. The NVIDIA CEO, Edson Mintsu Hung, he was visiting us a few weeks back, and then it was announced that we will significantly increase more than almost add 50% computational power to this data center. So we also have the computational power to do things, and it's actually reasonably easy to get access to it. So again, it's important to have this infrastructure and ecosystem. From a university perspective, I mean, normally the university activities are divided more in research, education, collaboration with society and companies and so on. What we have tried to do is to collect that in a university-wide initiative. So this AI initiative actually covers all the faculties and all the departments. And the purpose here is really how can we spread the use of AI within the university, and how can we kind of strengthen, because it seems like you just go around and talk to people and say, oh, I'm using this and that. And I mean, there is a lot of activities going on, but it's not always easy to be aware of it. And then there are, of course, many people who wish or would like to do things, but don't need help to get started. So therefore, we have gathered everything in this university-wide initiative. I already mentioned this, but I mean, AI is really broadening. And I think here one of the aspects with Linköping University stands out is that we actually cover all of these aspects in a single university. And for most of these subtopics of AI, we actually have at least one research group working on it in certain areas like computer vision, which is one of the areas where we are really strong. We have at least 3 research groups working on that. So why are we doing this? Well, I actually think one of the most interesting things with AI is really how can we accelerate science and innovation. And of course, it's really exciting to develop new methodologies and kind of push the research fronts when it comes to AI of its own. But I actually think the really big changes or the big, scientific discoveries, I think will come in other subjects with the help of AI. And we already see it like with this protein folding that's happening, for example, with DeepMind. Where you can, thanks to this large-scale computational power, be able to understand the complex structures of the proteins that you otherwise would not be able to do. And some examples of what we are doing at Linköping University is that we are working with the material scientists. So actually we have very strong research in material science. And one of the particular things is that they are working with 3D materials that they then exfoliate into 2D materials. So basically, you apply acid to these 3-dimensional molecules, you take away layers of molecules, and then you get sheets of new material, the 2D materials. And the most well-known 2D material is, of course, graphene. But here we're working with other types of atomic structures. But the general question then becomes, if you want the material with certain properties, what 3D material should you start with, and what kind of methods should you apply to this material so that in the end you get the material with desired properties. And now, of course, it's a very expensive and slow process of actually experimentally trying all these combinations. So the question is, can we, by doing a small number of real experiments, generalize from this knowledge and better understand the properties of these materials? So that's the basic question that we're interested in there. Yeah, and we also see in medicine, of course, there's a huge interest in these kind of methods. And it's not only research and innovation, it's also education. And I actually think education is probably the key factor in whether AI becomes more, just helping the few, or if it actually benefits the many, and how this influences society. Because now, I mean, if you have the opportunity to learn, if you have the opportunity, you have access to knowledge and computing power and whatever you need, you get a very big advantage. And if you don't have it, you might risk losing out. So I actually think education is a really important to make this technology available to a broader audience, and also engage the general population to be more aware of what's going on and being able to understand the consequences and hopefully also learn more about it. So here, actually, there was a Swedish study about AI courses given in Sweden. So actually, Linköping had the most courses. We don't have the most students, but we definitely have the most number of courses. We also have this initiative that I will talk more about. So since education was one of the topics I was asked to talk about, I will now go a little bit into more detail. So one thing that we have started also as part of this university-wide initiative is something we call the AI Academy. So the general idea here is that, I mean, we have a lot of very talented students. They take our courses, but I think to really become good at something, especially when it comes to a more applied area like AI or programming for that matter, you really need hands-on experience. You need to do real projects. And therefore we started this AI Academy with the intention of how can we as a university connect companies and also internal projects within the university to students who want to learn more. So basically, we hire the students, we employ them to work in this. And then when we get approached by a company or also internally within the university, say, oh, we want to start a collaboration with you, then we can say, oh, so what's your problem? And then we can start to define some initial project, and then we can give it to the students, and they can start exploring different ways of solving it and understanding the problem better. And then it helps us as a university to become a better partner to these companies. It helps the companies by hopefully giving them a much better idea of what the real problem is. And it helps the student, not only they get paid, but also because they learn more about this. So I really think this is a nice way of integrating both education and collaboration with the external. And the next step what we want to do is also to use this to educate, for example, PhD students, say in physics or chemistry or medicine or biology or all the other subjects who wants to use this in their education, in their research, but don't know enough yet. And then we can help them learn, and then they can apply it to their own research fields. So this is something we're working on extending, and yeah, we're working with many different partners, both public and private. Yes, so I realized that there's no real order here, but I picked up some different parts. So the next part here is about this AI competence initiative. So there we have been working a number of years on how can we as universities, so this is a national initiative on making more AI courses and AI knowledge available to working people, both in the public and private sector. We wrote a paper where we tried to summarize the lessons learned. And I think the lessons learned are quite straightforward in the sense that, yes, of course it's possible to create courses and to create more adapted material for these audiences. Actually, the hard part are two things. The first hard part is to get the companies or other organizations to really let their employees invest the time in this. So that's really difficult. Usually what happens is that you talk to like the top management of the company and say, yes, of course, this is super important for our company, our employees is our greatest assets, and so on and so forth. And everything looks fine. And then you start coming down in the organization. And then when you actually get to the line manager of the persons or people that should take the course, they say, no, we cannot prioritize this, we don't have the funding for this. So it doesn't spread down into the organizations. So therefore it's been quite hard to get the engagement from companies and organizations. So actually we are now starting a new project together with the companies where they are involved from the start. And now they claim they will put in several hundred people in this kind of initiative. So hopefully that will be solved, but I believe it when I see it. The second challenge is really that in Sweden at least, the way that funding of education works is that basically the universities get a certain amount of money and saying that you are allowed to educate students up to this ceiling. I'm trying to figure out some numbers, but it's quite a large amount. And basically, they don't care how many students we admit to the university. They used to be controlled of exactly what subjects and so on, but the universities now have more autonomy in how many students to admit and so on. But basically, there is a ceiling how much education we can get paid for by the government, because education in Sweden is paid for by the government, it's not paid by the students. But anyway, we have a very well-established system of designing new courses, handing over courses between professors, and I mean, you know, all the routine work that you need to make education work over time. But when it comes to this lifelong learning and competence development, usually what's happening is more a company says, oh, we need this course, can you give it in 2 weeks or something like that, maybe a month. And of course, we are not structured to be able to set up something very quickly and so on. And the second problem becomes now you gave it once, and then they come back the year after, oh, we want the same thing as we did last year, and then the professor, whoever was teaching it, might be busy with other things, and then you don't have this kind of stable, long-term stability. So it's not integrated into the processes and the way that universities work. So I think that is the second key difficulty. We have these elements of AI. So I already talked about that, but I think it's quite impressive what they have managed to do. And if you want some more information, we have also published a paper. So when it comes to education, this to me is the central picture or diagram to really emphasize the challenges that we are facing when it comes to education. And it's actually not only for education. So actually, as you can see on the headline, the question is, how should we base medical decisions on the best possible information? So actually, this slide is made by the university hospital or people at the university hospital when they talk about, what are the challenges that we are facing? So the challenges that they are facing is that according to law, a medical doctor is supposed to make medical decisions based on the best available information, which of course makes perfect sense and something that we as patients really want them to do. But how do you actually do that in practice when the amount of knowledge, when the amount of information is growing exponentially? So we have this exponential increase in the availability of types of information. I apologize for the Swedish text here. And we have the kind of human cognition, which is basically constant. If we believe the Flynn effect, we have a small linear increase, but still the gap between what we can deal with on an individual level and the amount of knowledge and information available is growing, which means that if we don't do anything, we probably will be making worse and worse decisions, or at least compared to the kind of optimal decision that we could have made given the available information. So of course, this motivates why do we need this kind of AI support, AI decision making and so on. Well, it's one of the tools that we can build in order to help us to make better decisions, and decisions that are based on vastly larger quantities and quantities of data, but also more complex data that we otherwise would not be able to mentally deal with. So this both motivates the need for AI-based decision support, but it also emphasizes this challenge from our human perspective. Because if we now instead of taking the perspective of making the individual decisions, if we instead take the perspective of one particular medical doctor, so if we assume that the medical doctor knows everything there is to know when he or she finishes her education, and if we assume that the rate of growth is that the amount of knowledge doubles every 2 years, which is, from what I understand, very conservative, it means that after 2 years, this medical doctor who used to know everything now knows half of what there is to know. After 4 years, it knows a quarter. After 6 years, an eighth. And after 8 years, a 16th of all the knowledge that is available. So it means that it's less than 10% after 8 years. So what the consequences of this is of course, we need to learn much more after we finish our education than what we did during our education. So I mean, our formal education will be a tiny speck in relation to everything that we need to learn, because most of it will be developed later. The second is that if you want to have the best possible medical care from a general practitioner, you should have someone maybe 2-3 years of experience. After that, it gets worse. However, how do we deal with this in practice? Well, we specialize. So if you specialize, then you're able to keep up, but the topic within which you can keep up just becomes smaller and smaller and smaller. And so that means that in order to actually keep up, you have to specialize. But that also means that you lose out the connections and having this broader. So I think it's challenging from the individual. If you now take the education perspective, so our basic, say, primary, secondary, even tertiary educations are constant length, and the amount of material grows exponentially, which again means that our education, our basic education, covers less and less of everything there is to know. And I don't know the situation here in Brazil, but in Sweden, we see this constantly, and it's basically fighting about what should you include and what should be taken away. And of course, as soon as you try to take away something, you have a lot of angry people. So actually try to remove the antiquity from the primary education, and they basically were forced to put it back in because there were so much angry people. And here I think we have an interesting effect, because who are the angry people? Well, they are the ones who studied it and probably enjoyed it when they were kids. And so they make the decisions not based on today, but based on their previous experience, which in my opinion means that they will just make the wrong decisions. We shouldn't let those people make decisions about that, and at least not based on those grounds. So I think actually education in general is facing a huge challenge. How should we design our basic educations, but primary and secondary and so on, so that we actually cover the relevant parts and that we are able to adapt? So I think we will probably need to have much more diversity, rather than to, at least in Sweden, we try to have very uniform education, that the primary education should be the same. It shouldn't matter where you live and what the teachers are and so on and so forth, and try to remove these differences. I think actually we probably need to do the opposite. We probably need more diversity, not less diversity. So yeah, I think there's very interesting challenges going forward when it comes to education. And one of the initiatives that has started in order to address some of these challenges, at least, is this program, the WASP Ed program, which stands for the Wallenberg AI and Transformative Technologies Education Development Program. So this started a year ago. And basically, the overarching goal of this program is to help higher education adapt to provide the education needed for AI and other transformative technologies. So what are the characteristics of these transformative technologies? So I would say that the first characteristic is that you suddenly get a big increase in the need of competence. So we're taking AI, I mean, as one subject, which is where we see a huge increase in the need, demand for this competence. And we from the universities are more stable or slightly linear maybe. So it's difficult for us to really keep up with this capacity. The second challenge is that previously the subject was mainly part of some, in the case of AI, it was part of computer science or some other technical subject. But now we see that it influences every other subject. We have the medical doctors or the HR specialists or the economists or the lawyers and so on and so forth. They also need to know what is this and how does this influence and impact my particular profession. So we see this, that it influences all the other subjects, and that I think is really this key characteristic about transformative technology, because it transforms other aspects of society as well. And at least in Sweden, we don't have this major minor system as they have, for example, in the US. So we cannot, so basically we have a more, here is the engineering program, and then you only do engineering, or here is the medical doctor program, and they only do medicine, and so on. So we don't have this possibility to learn multiple different subjects, which is then really difficult to deal with this. So that's one challenge. The third challenge is that, as I mentioned a few times, the kind of subject itself is changing. So it used to be quite well defined. Basically, it was a single textbook, and you could just refer to the textbook, and then you'd be done. But now the contents of this AI subject is growing and broadening, which means that there is no longer this kind of common agreement about what are the basic contents. And if you have, I mean, it's not just enough to read the course names to understand what the content is. So we have a change in the what this subject contains. So the objectives here is then to provide these educational foundations. We want to scale up national education capacity. We want to scale out education to other disciplines and professions. And we also want to eat our own dog food, and basically how can we develop more data-driven education and improve the pedagogical ways of working to deal and take advantage of this. And the way that we have organized ourselves is basically in 6 work areas. So 3 work areas more on the kind of content of programs, 2 work areas on the more support. We have pedagogy and learning analytics, 1 on technical platforms and education data, and 1 on the competence development of the teachers, so basically teaching the teachers so that they can teach more. And here I think one important aspect of that is really, I don't think we as computer science teachers probably should be teaching the AI contents of the medical program or the law program. I think it's much better that we teach the teachers on those programs, and then they can adapt and convey what's important from the profession or other subjects perspective. So I think it's very important that each subject kind of owns its own content, and then of course we are happy to help and support them. And one of the things we've been doing when it comes to this, providing these educational foundations, is that we have been starting to develop what we call an AI curriculum. And here when we say AI curriculum, we mean something much broader than one particular program. We are more talking about in the sense of the ACM computer science curriculum, which basically tries to give an overview of what is this huge, broad area of computer science. So that when you design courses or when you design programs, you say, here is the part that we are including to provide this kind of a map of the area. So we have just started, but basically the idea is that we have this kind of core AI functionality. So I mean, this is basically the headlines you see in the major AI and machine learning conferences. So that's the kind of traditional content. But then we also have this human AI interface. So of course these are technical systems, but they need to interact with people in both in kind of bidirectional. So that becomes the next kind of layer. But then we also have society at large. So that's the 3rd layer here, where we have this ethical, legal, societal, economic, cultural aspects of AI. We have this concept of trustworthy AI that we're working a lot with in Europe. So taking again a broader perspective on these subjects. And then, so here in some sense we have the kind of more software maybe related, but we also have the more physically instantiated ones, for example, robotics, control, and so on. And then you can kind of have the same layers also in this more physically grounded world. And then we have, again, more applied. So, for example, apply AI to research, apply it more societal. And then we have kind of studying the history and future, so basically the subject from an outside perspective. And then since we have a lot of people interested in epistemology and these things, you have an even broader perspective, but I think that's more generally relevant, not particularly for this subject. So this is something we're currently working on. We have an initial publication where basically the publication is the diagram. It's not much more so far. Yes. So I've also been working quite a lot with how should, as I talked about this education, I really think it's important that we from the universities also get involved in primary and secondary education. Because, we are the ones that have a better understanding of what is coming, not only what is, but also what's coming. And education changes slowly. And if you do a change, it takes 20 years until the kids that go through the education are kind of come out in society and work, which means that you really have to work on these long time scales. And I think that's generally something that politicians and decision makers are really, really bad at. So we have been engaging also with primary education, and there we have been working with this concept of computational thinking, and I actually think computational thinking is interesting because when I heard about it the first time, I remember 2012, 2013, something like that, my first reaction was this, but that is what we have been doing the whole time. Because I think we at the university teach programming in a very different way compared to how they teach programming in, for example, secondary education. So when we teach programming, the focus is not on languages, syntax, semantics, these things. That's not the important part. The important part is really how do you solve problems where instead of you, the human, solving the problem one by one, you instruct the computer to solve the problems for you. So you basically describe a general procedure for solving certain classes of problems. So just like a trivial example, I mean, if you want to add two numbers, you can just add them up in your head, and then you have solved one particular problem. Or you write a program that adds arbitrary numbers together, or then you can generalize this to add arbitrarily many numbers together, and so on. And then you have something that's much more general. You can scale it up, you can do it faster, and I mean, you get a lot of benefits. And I really think the focus here is how do we use computers to solve problems for us? And that, to me, is captured in this. And also, I mean, how do you think? How do you go about thinking when you want to write this program and develop this software to solve problems for you? So we have been working quite a lot with that. But then one thing that came to me was this, that actually AI and computational thinking is basically two sides of the same coin, where AI is all about how do we get computers to solve problems or think or do these kind of cognitive skills that we as humans can do. So in some sense, you're trying to get the computer to do things that we as humans can do. So you're kind of transferring things from the human way of doing things to the computer. While computational thinking is the other way around. So that is, how can we take lessons learned from how computers solve problems, or how we use computers to solve problems to improve the human problem-solving skills. So I wrote a short paper on that a while back. Yes, so that was my kind of education part. Now I probably talked for way too long already. I don't even know what time it is. So you want me to say something about research as well? Maybe it's a good place to at least stop and see if you have any questions or comments. I think, again, interaction is much more interesting than monologues. So please, yes, maybe you can have this. I think they're online.
Oh, okay. First of all, tack så mycket. And in artificial intelligence, in the database, it's like the primary thing to have. And it seems to, like, in the whole world, they're having a lot of databases. First of all, in healthcare area, it's more consolidated, I think so. But for us, common people, like I'm a former student from UNB, I'm a teacher now in another federal institution, but we don't have like good access to all this database. So do you have something in your university or that you are dealing with this?
Yes, I think, data is a very good and also complicated subject. So I mean, in some sense, I would say the answer is it's not much better. I think this is actually a very generic problem. And I would also say that it seems like this problem is, made more difficult with all the new regulation around data usages, which means that, so it seems like companies and other providers of data have realized two things. First of all, it's legally challenging and there's a lot of constraints on it, but also that there is an economic value in it. So the incentives for companies and other organizations to provide data are kind of shrinking, but of course the importance from practitioners' perspective or teachers, education perspective, is increasing. And I really think here we have a challenge, and there are initiatives. So in Europe, they're working with a concept called data spaces. So basically the idea is that on a European-wide scale, to set up the infrastructure and kind of agree upon the rules and so on to make data available. So basically providing the mechanisms that will make it easier for companies or organizations and also, research institutes to make their data available. And by making it available, it also becomes more broadly available. I am not personally involved in any of these. I don't know how well they're working, but at least that's a concept that's being developed. So I think the metaphor that they're trying to get is this free movement of data. So we have free movement of people, you have free movement of money and so on. And now they also want the free movement of data. But I think there are a number of hurdles to overcome. And that also influences the maybe not that much the education, but definitely the research that we are able to do. And it's becoming more and more common that in order to do the research, you need to collaborate with whoever has the data. And often this is companies or other large organizations. And then you have to have an agreement with them, and then you have to do the research on their data. But then often you cannot publish. So then you're kind of stuck there. In the end, you more or less always have to use open data, because that's also what people are benchmarking against and papers compare against and so on. I think that's really an open challenge. And now we discussed quite a lot about these large language models, and there we have exactly the same problem. And there basically different organizations have access to different data. So how do you do it? Maybe one way is that everyone trains their own large language model or whatever on their data. And then they make the models available, or the models can talk to each other, and then you can use this kind of student-teacher setup from federated learning and so on to transfer knowledge rather than the data between these data sources, these different large language models built on different data sources. Another area where actually we are doing research on is synthetic data, where you can take this private and potentially sensitive data, you can train a model on this sensitive data, and that you can do it basically in a locked room. You don't need any internet access or anything. It's secure location. But then you use this model, this generative model, to generate new data, so that the generated data has the same statistical properties, so that if you train a downstream system on either the original data or the synthetic data, you want the same outcome, or similar at least, similar outcome. But you want to remove the private information, so that you cannot connect this to individuals, for example. And one more addition that we do, so actually we have just submitted a paper on that, is to how can we take this, how can we compensate that you might have imbalanced data, so the data is not representative. So in this synthetic data generation process, you can also compensate for things like fairness or representativeness. So to be a little bit more technical, one thing that we're doing there is we're looking at the mutual information between variables, and then you can reduce the mutual information between those variables that you don't want to influence the results. So for example, I don't know, sex or religion or things that you should not matter in the decision. And then in the training process, you can then remove this statistical dependence, but still getting high accurate data. So that's one thing that we're doing to support that. But yes, it's challenging and a very good question and a very long answer. I apologize for that. Varsågod.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I have two small questions. I'd like you to comment about how those education initiatives, they relate, or if they relate, with other programs in the engineering area, especially electrical engineering and computer engineering, and about bringing more diversity, as you called, to the basic and middle education. It's a very interesting idea, but immediately we are asked, we don't know actually what are the demands of this individual in his future life. So how can we cope with that?
Yes. So when it comes to the engineer, so in some sense I would say the engineering programs is our least worry, because they are still the closest. So our engineering programs are 5 years. So actually it's a bachelor and a master's basically in one program. So you don't switch between bachelor and masters. And basically the first 3 years are mandatory. So that, yeah, the courses are mandatory. And then the last 2 years, the master years, usually have more flexibility. So mostly you can select your own courses. And that's where the students make their choice. So it means that the students will make sure that they take courses in AI and machine learning and so on. So I mean, we see, for example, I have the AI course, and we have about 300 students, which is like twice the number of people in the computer science and computer engineering program. So apparently there's a lot of other people who take the course. We have also created master profiles on the other engineering programs, for example, towards more data science or data-driven decision-making and so on. So then we try to put together course packages that the students can choose, but it's still their choice. So we're doing a number of things there. Yeah, I think that works reasonably well. The second question was about diversity and how do we kind of design for diversity when we don't know where the students will end up. So if I can start with how do we do it at the university? I mean, we have the same problem at the university. So there, well, of course, what we're doing is that we do not teach so I mean, the way I say it is that we don't teach for the first job, we teach for the career, which means that probably the employers sometimes get unhappy that, oh, why don't they know the latest programming language or the latest software framework or AI framework here. And, well, how should we choose? We cannot choose, because whatever we choose, it will be wrong. So therefore, we focus more on the fundamentals and the general principles, and then that should enable you to learn whatever is the current most popular programming language or what currently is the most used software framework for solving your problems. So that's the way we do it at the universities. I do think probably you have to do it slightly different at lower kind of primary and secondary education. So one thing that seems to be the case is that some people really kind of dislike the more traditional subjects. So I think I would turn it around to rather use the curiosity and the interests of the students to guide the learning rather than to force the kind of content upon them. So I actually think you probably can have more. But then of course we come into the problem of scale. I mean, why do schools look like they do? Well, of course we have to do education at large scale, and if you do more individualization, well, then it becomes much harder to manage the classes and so on. But I think we have to. I think actually it's more about mentality. As I said, at least in Sweden, where the mentality is really that everyone should learn the same thing. It shouldn't matter which school you go to, shouldn't matter what teachers you have, and so on. So there it's very much focused on making everything the same. I think one needs to move away from that. And the importance is not about being same. The importance is that you get good at something. And I don't really care what you're good at, because we probably can make money on most things anyway. So, supporting diversity maybe more than forcing diversity. But yeah, I don't have a good answer to the question.
Well, Professor Heintz, thank you for your presentation, and you speak English very well. I would like to ask you about Linköping University, if it has any sort of partnership with SAAB And what sort of projects you have knowledge about, or anything like this? I believe there's a headquarter in Linköping of Saab.
Yes, so Saab is an aircraft manufacturer who mainly manufactures fighter jets these days. It used to manufacture other types of airplane, but I think Embraer took over that. So actually, I mean, yes, they have their headquarters in Linköping, and they're one of the strategic partners of university. Actually, they are the reason why we have a university, because after the First World War, during the First World War, Sweden couldn't buy any fighter jets on the market because they were all being used. And then after the war, they said, we need to build up this strategic capacity to build our own fighter jets, or well, it wasn't fighters then, but airplanes at least. And then they decided that should happen in Linköping, and then they, so basically it was designed, and then they had to start the Institute of Technology to provide engineers for the company and so on. So I would say it's very, at least conceptually very close relations. In practice, I would say that the main thing that we do is, of course, provide engineers and PhDs for the company. We do have research collaboration with them as well. So I have 2 industrial PhD students, so they're employed by the company, but they're doing research at the university. But actually, I would say from a researcher perspective, that's a very good company to collaborate with, because you're not working close to the products, because everything is secret, so you don't get to know anything about the real product. So what they're interested in is, how can we make sure that we have the knowledge about what comes next? And I think they have the advantage that their product life length is like 40 years. So it means that they have really long cycles, which means that it doesn't matter for them if it takes 5 years or takes 10 years to do something, because, well, we are working in the long term here. So actually the research process we are doing is really basic research and more building knowledge. In this case, it's about reinforcement learning, multi-agent reinforcement learning, multi-objective reinforcement learning, and some other things. So yes, there's a lot of collaboration between Linköping University and Saab. Yes.
Professor Heintz, thank you for your presentation. My name is Carlos. I'm not exactly from the university. I've been invited by Rafael Paes. I'm actually representative of CERTI Foundation. We are Science and Technology Institute here in Brazil. Maybe my question is like a follow-up from his. What kind of extent the research that we've been doing, does it support like postdoctorate research? And we have been hearing a lot about the forthcoming of the industrial revolution with AI. What is your take on that? And do you have any research and other projects, private projects? And does your projects, do your projects also relate to a low TRL, or does it have a good result and good standards for a product view?
So thank you, Carlos. So 3 questions. Now I will try to remember them all. So the first question was about postdoctoral activities. So yes, we have a lot of postdoc activities. So actually there is currently a call from CISB and CNPq about doing, if you're a postdoc, to do 1 year in Sweden as part of this. So there is possibility to apply to do postdocs in Sweden as part of the Sweden-Brazil collaboration. I think the closest on the 3rd of March. There is also possibility for PhD students to come and do a year in Sweden. I currently have one postdoc from USP São Carlos, and a PhD student from UFSCar is going to come later this spring to spend a year in my research group. If I talk from a kind of a personal perspective, actually recruiting postdocs is the hardest for us. So it seems like, I mean, recruiting PhD students is quite easy. I mean, you get very good applicants and you get many applicants because there's the kind of economic value in doing a PhD. But it's much harder to get people to apply for postdoc positions because usually people go to industry or other areas afterwards. So yes, we do have postdoc activities. And we encourage, and if you're interested, please let me know. And the second question was about this digital revolution, or industrial revolution. I think the challenge here is that the development of these processes start out very slow, and of course people talk about it a lot, and then you get the impression, oh well, nothing is happening. But then at some point it really takes off, and there my prediction is, or my what should I say, maybe more observation is that I feel that we're starting to reach that point where things is really starting to change. And I think it's just see the speed with which new tools come out. I mean, we had this DALL-E came out in April last year doing this image generation. Then right after summer you had Stable Diffusion doing that even better. And then you had Imagen basically taking this short text sentences, generating videos. And then you had ChatGPT coming out in November. And I mean, just in 1 year, we see several major improvements, and I would say it's not just small improvements, but really starting to make these tools useful and, really useful, I think is the right word there. So I think things will change faster now. But I mean, there are these, what should I say, skeptics in the sense. I think there is this famous quote that we see digitalization everywhere except in the economy. So that if you measure like gross domestic product and these things, it doesn't seem to really boost the economy on that level. But then my counter question there is, does GDP really measure the real value of the economy? I mean, there are these typical examples like Wikipedia. Wikipedia has zero value in terms of GDP because it's all voluntary work. But of course, from a everyday use case or from everyday, I mean, it provides a lot of value to very many people, but from an economic point of view, it has zero value. And then to me, it seems to be the case that this GDP measures probably is not the best. So there might be a lot of value in the technology that's just not visible in the measures we use. But I also think it's that these processes take a long time to really spread in society and really start to make the huge difference. But I think we're getting there. And the third question, oh, damn it, third question. I think the third, sorry? Yeah, TRL, yes, TRL levels, thank you. So, I mean, we are a university, which means we're mostly working on the lower TRL levels. So normally what happens is that we transfer the technology to companies, and then the companies do the going up to the higher TRL levels than what we can do. But I would say that a general trend that I see is that everyone wants more applied work and more kind of mature work. So it seems like from funding agencies and so on, they want to push the TRL levels higher up, and maybe we as researchers want to push them down. So I think there is room for everything, or not everything, but I mean all these different levels. But I think, to me, I mean, if I talk more from a, let's say, personal strategic point of view, what we try to do is that we want to do more the basic research in my research group, and then we want to help companies and organizations reach a higher level of maturity so that they can take the research that we have done and actually apply it. Because today, my experience is that most companies do not have the skills and the capacity to take advantage of the research. They don't have the infrastructure, they don't have the data, they don't have the knowledge, and so on. So therefore, we're working on how can we help these companies and organizations increase their knowledge and increase their maturity. And there we usually work with two things. One thing is, of course, general knowledge about the area, but the other one is really about data. We talk about data readiness levels just as we talk about technology readiness levels. So there is a framework for this. I think it's been developed by Amazon together with Cambridge in the UK, and it's called data readiness levels. So then we use this process to systematically increase the quality of data that the companies produce, and also increase their maturity in sharing the data within the organization. And if they're really brave and mature, they will also share data outside the organization to third parties, and then they can let other entities enrich the data that they originally produced, and then take back this enriched and improved data, and then of course they really connected themselves to a larger, maybe even created a larger ecosystem, and then you can really talk about having data ready organizations. So we're then helping them to move up this path. We have also been helping companies create AI labs. So companies that want to do their own AI research or AI maybe more, technology development, but don't have that. So we have helped them to, how should you go about setting this up? And then we also connect this to this AI Academy, so then we can also help with getting students to get involved and so on. So then instead of us, the researchers, having to go up the higher TRL levels, we're helping the companies develop the research that we do to these higher TRL levels. But we also have, for example, these research arenas that I alluded to in the beginning. And there the intention is to have a meeting place between academia and industry, where you can also put together larger demonstrators involving technology from many different both companies and research groups and so on into larger prototypes and scenarios and so on to again push up the TRL levels. So there are a number of different strategies and approaches there, but those are some that we are working with.
Thank you very much for the talk.
Thank you. Yeah, I took the microphone, sorry. I saved the second half to next time.
That's fine. Okay, our next talk will be from Rafael Paes. He's from the Brazilian Air Force. Okay, thank you for your talk.
Thank you, Professor Mintsu. It's really a pleasure to be here. First of all, presenting myself, why I'm here talking with you. And I worked for the Air Force, but I'm here in Brasilia since last year. But previously, I worked for an institute of research, Institute for Advanced Studies in São José dos Campos. And I worked with remote sensing and of course machine learning and all this kind of technology for processing. So there I did my PhD, and currently I work for the general staff, working on what I can say in a high level of management of all these subjects in the Air Force: remote sensing, data processing, and integration of the institutions that working with this. And also from this the middle of January, I'm also at the position of president of the Brazilian chapter of Geoscience and Remote Sensing Society for the IEEE, and it also we can also discuss some subjects later about it. And basically, we gonna present some issues of remote sensing, but directly connected with big data issues and, of course, artificial intelligence or computational intelligence. And what will you see? Some findings about the Professor Heintz had said here. We are, this presentation, it's almost diagnostics of all these issues and challenges that we face when you're putting in practice all these ideas. My work here is to make all this technology works actually. When we are in the academia, when we are in the research institutes, we have one reality, and then when we use all this knowledge applied, we'll face other challenges. That is very important for a professional too. We're gonna face legal challenges, we're gonna face organizational, cultural challenges, and so on. Oh, I will talk about our recent experience to monitor a very important area here in Brazil. And this, our ultimate information and challenges. And in the end of this presentation, I hope you, if you have some questions or doubts, but most of all, I would like to present our challenges, and we are open to have more collaborations. Oh, yeah. So we had this formal objectives, but what is important that we had to just to share our lessons learned and what we want to do after this year and so on. For this presentation, I will begin by the end. I will present first our results, our experience, and then I'll discuss this organizational stuff, this professional challenges, all these issues that exist beyond the technical challenges, right? But it's very important. When you here in the university, you just focus on the AI, but after, in the first job, you have to face other things, right? And it's very important. It's very important if you would like to develop a startup or anything else. We have to face real problems in the real world, and I will point out some issues that are really connected, really important for the development of technology and to have the innovation, specifically here in Brazil. So what's our operational challenge context? Here, rivers in the Amazon forest. The first one was in the Javari region, and it was to detect these mining dredges, and these pictures were very famous in the press because we have this situation here, and they are really dragging the sands in the rivers and lefting many poison and etc. in the rivers. But here is a large river, but the problem is not here exactly. There are small rivers, and they really change the environment. They really change the landscape, and we have social problems, environmental problems, and etc. And of course, traffic and everything that comes together. So we use satellite data, SAR image data. It's a radar data. I don't know if you are, but we discussed just few issues later. And of course, some optical satellite image data too. And we try to characterize this kind of targets or objects in the electromagnetic way. So we are not only doing experiments with computer vision, but we are putting together the physics to the computing, processing, and etc. to have the better decisions. So the Jeberi Valley, it's bigger than the Austria. And that's by the way, it's a huge challenge. How you monitor and have fast decisions, and the term used by Professor Heintz, how to use a trustworthy AI in a region that is equal to a country. And differently, here we have roads, we have a planet, urban areas, and etc. Here we have forests, rivers, and we don't have airports, we don't have infrastructure that we know here in the city, here in Brasilia. So, some aerial photographs about this, what we are calling targets, right? If you put together all the extensions of all rivers in that regions, we have about, only thinking in rivers, 2,000 nautical miles, or 3,600 kilometers of rivers extensions to monitor. And of course, if you use the satellites, the time imaging, it's about 15 minutes, and that equals to 195 satellite scenes. What is interesting, if you compare this kind of effort for using satellite images to use this aircraft surveillance, it's we gonna spend too much time flying and flying and flying, and sometimes to find nothing, and sometimes when you find something, you have to return because we have to refill, and that is quite complicated. Remember, we are flying over, we are surveilling an area that is similar to a country, to Austria. So, in that experiment, with some images, we covered about 40% of this territory, and using 20 minutes of satellites operations. But of course, not only satellite images are enough, not only aircraft are enough. We have to put them together, and using artificial intelligence, we can put them together. How? We send the aircraft to verify or to do the precise actions just where we find something suspect, but something that is highly probability to be something illegal or something that deserves to be more investigated. So the rivers are not straight; they are narrow, long, winding. The rafts, they have strategies to hide under the trees. Sometimes they dismount themselves and hide the parts by the forest. and it's quite complicated. So sometimes you have to detect this, the impact of the environment. The sandbanks are artificial. They were created by these dredges. And this, it's something that shows that how you can detect them and see the presence of them, because detect directly that dredge sometimes very, very difficult. But you can see this trail, and you can monitor this some a little bit higher or above, and it's a strategy to let's say to monitor and to follow all this kind of anthropic actions. So of course we are trying, our approach is not only to do a computer stuff. We have to put together the physics to the computing approach, to the artificial intelligence, and we must have these results that we can trust, that we can interpret, and it's something that's a requirement, because we have, when we are take decisions based on AI, we have to connect them to the laws, and we have to think as the lawyer or as a legal department or office thinks, because in the end it will develop, we will start an action for the police or the militaries and etc. Then I can't guess. I have to be sure what's happening, and in this field, if we must associate it with the physics, and that's very important, and that's our approach. So what we use, we have different teams. We have an operational team, we have a researcher team. We use the Air Force for the ground truth acquisitions and validations of all these techniques, this kind of the sort of softwares that we use it. Some are open source, other ones not. Hardware, I can say that we have a good computer power to process this, but the problem, the bigger problem wasn't in this kind of computer power. And of course, the satellite images. Basically, with this experiment, we use the ICI SAR images, and GUI for this RGB, and of course, some aerial photos from our aircrafts. As techniques, I will not do some specific comments, but in the end, if you have some curiosity, I think I can explain something. But basically, we use these two main deep learning techniques, the YOLO, the version 4, and this VGG16. Of course, we have tested some variations, but basically, our work was to prepare, into select the proper database, the samples for training, the big effort, the real transfer learning from the human specialist to the machine was in selecting all these samples from the real world with the proper validation and training the network. This was the main effort. So in the end, we use it. We just take 2 theses doing at ITA, and the first one was used for a specific goal, and the second one a totally different one, and then we try to apply directly this deep learning techniques, and we of course we have a course results. Then doing this kind of training, getting the specialists together, the specialists in the interpretation of SAR images and optical images, and who understand the context. We select the best samples, and doing all that process for training, then we get the following results. So in the beginning, this first approach, here is the zoom of the area. Then we detect many targets. And this first approach, we detect 133 targets, but most of them are that sandbanks, deforestation areas, tribes, a base of fungi, and some isolated houses or small villages. And vessels or dredges, only 3. Then doing the proper sampling, selecting, seeing, connecting what we collected really with the aircraft and locating them in the SAR images. We start to do this better correlation and sampling, and then the following training. Then what we see is we start to verify and to improve the amount of false alarm to real detections. And here we can see the first one, false alarms, and here a real one dredge detected. Here false alarms, and here the real one detected dredge. So in the end, we collected more 3 images in the same region. And what is interesting here, along all the river, now we don't have any more false alarms, and we have this real target detected and confirmed. Also here and here. Another image, the confirmation of these dredges. And also here, and notice that here we have a complicated situation because we had sandbanks, we don't have a regular line of this river, but anyway, we can trust it. And here is interesting because along this branch, we didn't detect anything. What is interesting, because the economy that we can do, avoiding to send aircraft or even a vessel to that region to search nothing, it's very important. Then here by the AI, I have not only sure where is, but also I'm sure where not is. And it's very interesting. So then we start a second phase, and the phase of this discrimination. Then we have to differentiate this kind of targets. We have different kind of dredges, we have different kind of sandbanks, we have different kind of tribes, and etc. Then the idea is to do some kind of classification, but we like to use this term, discrimination, but it's the same thing. And it's ongoing work, and you also can help if you want. So if you are not familiarized with SAR images, just brief thoughts on it. Why we use SAR images? Basically, because in the Amazon region, we have a constant cloud coverage. Sometimes it's overall coverage, and you can see using optical imaging, not with satellites and also with the aircrafts. Then you can use optical images, thermal images, and you won't see. But with SAR image, the same region with our RGB camera and with the SAR sensor spotting the same region, we can see this. It's a very far made by this aircraft. Here we have this target that was spotted, and here we have this middle table that was also spotted. And sometimes we can see even more distant, like we can do it with satellites, and we can monitor the oceans, we can monitor the coast, we can monitor the land, and etc. So we used to do the same things for oil spill detections, for discriminations of different oil platforms, different ships. And here we start to talk about our problems. We are very good to work with a 10th images, but now we are dealing with more than 30 terabytes of data of the Amazon forest. It's really quite complicated, even for a large organizations, the Air Force, to deal with it, because a small error at the beginning of the setup of the training set for a deep learning technique, in the end, it becomes a disaster. And you spend too much money for the human resources, you spend energy, you spend everything that you can imagine, and you don't know where is the error. And mostly it's there at the beginning. And that's very important. I know it's the fashion talking about the data science, but first in data science, we have the data engineering, and we have to get focused on that, because it's very important. We can do, because if you put trash in, you have trash out. And that's a truth. And we must follow this. We have to think all the time about it. And it doesn't matter anymore if you are a data scientist, but it matters if you are a data scientist that is worried about with the data engineering. If you're worried about how the data was created, what the meaning of the data, and so on. So that's our problem. These are more than terabytes only here, and we have the other places here in our country. Then we have more than 1 petabyte of data, right? And I expect to answer the question about the open data, the open source data. We are working on it. I will talk later a little bit further. So this is only for defense, but in 2019, the Brazilian Space Agency did this study and checked that in this kind of areas in Brazil, we have all these demands, and at most, we have an average, only 23% of these demands are satisfied. What means that we have data only for an average for 23%. And how big is the data already collected? And if we satisfy about 50%, how big will be this data? How we'll do with it? And one thing that is clear, that only one institution can afford with this. We have to have an ecosystem. I can do it alone in the Air Force, even the Air Force having a plan of institutions connected to each other. I had to work with the academia. I had to work to academia here in Brasilia and São Paulo, in North, and etc. It's too much data, it's too much perspectives to deal with, to decide, and it's quite challenging, and that's important. One thing that I can state alone with big data we can do. So, more than certainties, I have questions, and I think doing the proper questions, it's very interesting, because drive us to good actions or to discussions that are more productive than only starting doing without questioning, and then a long time after discover that you are wrong and how to return and etc. So I'll do some questions that we are doing right now in the Air Force. But I think we can share the same concerns. And so The first one, I have enough human resources to deal that human resources that know what they are doing with data. Our human resources really know how to handle a data and what is handling a data. This is not only semantics. It's a good question, right? And the problem is, sometimes I see some dashboards. Dashboards are a fashion too, Power BI and etc. But what I used, I commonly used to see is the average of everything. But no one discuss the variation. Why not? Because sometimes who doesn't understand what is the data, understand the variation as error, and error is something that's bad. It's something that's not acceptable. And that's a mistake. But managers, chiefs, and etc. don't like you have errors or mistakes. And these basic statistics are the problem in the corporative world and decision makers' world. So that's very important, because right now you are here in the university, but in a few years, you are working, you are in the market, you are in this organization, public or private, and you see it, and you have to be prepared to discuss and to understand the data, the meaning behind the average information. So just questions. One thing that is interesting, Professor Heintz said, it's this tested knowledge. What I say, how can I transfer what I know based on all my living experience? How can I transfer for another human, and how can I transfer it for another technique, for another machine? And how to do it it's very important. And we to address this, we don't have only one approach. We have different approach, but what I can say that we have to think, we have to understand about people. Sometimes we don't like too much people. I'd like to program too. I'd like to be by my own. But we have to work as a team. We have to improve our team works. We have to understand about people, because when we understand about people, we are working on this improvement, on this knowledge transferring. And also, when we understand about people, we also are working with our bosses. We are chiefs, we are managers, and etc. Because our good results, it's based on to motivate the team, but also to motivate the managers. And by gravity, sometimes it's better to work than you have to go to in another way. It flows better. So, just questions. I will pass this, but the focus here, the main challenge, it's to work with the organizational cultures, and also providing guidelines and standards, because when you start to implement AI, the first thing that regular professional will feel it's to be a useless professional, and he must understand that he will have more time to apply their knowledge, their human knowledge, and to improve the results, and start together to the machine, and not only with the people, but we have to win this first feeling of being useless. And especially in organizations like the military or very traditional organization, that you learn to do the same process, manual process, since you are young. in university, and it's a quite specific for this experience in organizations like this. If you are in a company that works with technology, the thinking is very different. But you work in a traditional way, you will face this kind of challenge. So, lessons learned. The network, it's quite important because I said we faced recently not the problem of power processing, but the gaps and the narrow bands for big data. For common work, it's okay, but to transfer terabytes of data, to process of this, we face the problem, the communication. And sometimes the cybernetics was a challenge because the firewall blocked the access to other servers outside our network, and it's an institutional problem to solve. And how to solve this? And sometimes you face legal problems with this. Not only I will ignore. You can ignore some rules, and sometimes you have to develop your solution thinking on this kind of legal issues. Storage and overheating. Sometimes overheating was a problem. We have to shut down some service or to improve the air conditioner to lower temperatures because it worked, and sometimes we had to prepare this. We have to project the expansion of your servers to work with this growing big data. And when I say growing, because when we start an operation, we start with 20 gigas per day, and then at the end of the first week we have 80, then the next day we have 100, then 200, and 1 tera, and so on. So it grows exponentially, because when you task the satellites, they initially collect some images, then we start to get the prioritizations, and when we achieve this status in this system, then we start to get images and images and images, and never ends. And you have to, at the same time, produce the answers. And how you gonna do this? And this is quite challenging. It seems it's simple, but it's challenging. So, some things that we want to do now, then want to propose the collaborations. We agree that we have to open and direct institutional communications, only talking about official documents by mails. We have an open access. We have to pick a phone and call, do a video conference. We have to be free to go to this processing centers and discuss and see the results. If not, we can provide the answers as they are requested. We have to foster this ecosystem for AI, and that we see about the open data image, the open database image. And we believe that if we provide at least 10–30% of our storage images, we can foster some innovations. We saw in this experience that we got fast solutions to operational area because they finalized their thesis in the data that we are provided. Then after, with just a few adjustments of code, we just do some small setups in the code, then they are ready to be used. It's different if you try to do an incredible solution, but use a different data. You are working in something that's very different, and to adapt this for my operational system, for my language, my everything, it's quite complicated. And it takes too much time, and etc. If you work on my data, and of course the language now it's Python, but it doesn't matter. If you work on my data, you are more than 50% of the solution that I need, and it's too much faster for I can use it as as your contribution. It's quite clear right now. So also, we understand this as a common language, as I said, and we are working with different cultures. So it means that it doesn't matter if I provide an open database for you in UNB or for ITA, but we have different cultures, organizational cultures, but it doesn't matter. The solution, it is. And I just picked the solution and applied because you created your solution over my data. And that's what we verified in this experience. And also for doing contracts, partnerships, and etc., it's a very measuring stick for benchmarking. It's quite clear. We have a working group for trying to address these technical aspects, but also for governance aspects. And this is important for institutions. It's important for partnerships among the university, not for the students right now, but for the director of the department, for the president of the company, and etc. Because when we are working with governance by the eyes of the law and etc., we have very clear a chain value, this macro-process mapping. We are doing our planning based on capacities, and we have indicators. And we have all of this. We can work easily with compliance and accountability, and it helps for partnerships when we want to do innovation, you want to develop this kind of partnerships. And of course, we have to think in organizational culture. Remember, if you want to work in a technology company, it's one thing. But if you want to work in the university or in the public department, you face another velocity of processes. You face another challenges. And you have to understand the organizational culture to improve changes, to improve AI, to improve the new world. Understand this, and we'll put all the pieces together in the proper time. So one thing is interesting. Today, the first job, you are the doer. But in a few years, you can be the decision maker. And understand that we have to work with profiles. Try since the beginning to see the profile of your partner, the profile of how that guy understands and see or can handle with the technology. It's very important. When we start to divide our teams according to profiles, we improved our results too. And we start to use this Italian constellation satellites. It will give us more flexibility to do more experiments. And the next steps, one thing that we are discussing with the Professor Carlos Ribeiro at ITA, but also Professor Heintz, it's this training for leaders and decision makers, trying to address all this experience to really improve what we study, what we develop in the university and the research institutes in the real world. And when I say real world, I say real world here in Brazil, according our laws, according our culture, and etc. So we are starting from the beginning to organize our open source database. We are working over the metadata and this basic semantic organization. It's quite challenging. We had too much to do, but we are intent to collaborate in the construction of this open database because we are concerned to do some kind of mistake and don't see it right now and to be too late. And so this phase, we would like to invite for this opportunity to construct, to build it together, right? And our current challenge, of course, is the Yanomami area. And it's even more complicated area. It's more challenging because here is the Yanomami area from Brazil and Venezuela. But just talking about our side, we have this extension, this area, it equivalent to the Portugal area, including Azores and Madeira Islands. And also, or it's twice, more than twice as large as the Denmark area, only the territory. So that now the invitation somehow, if you'd like to join us with ideas and etc., especially talk with UNB or CERTI and the universities talking, we are open to be helped. We are hoping to cooperate, and we very interesting. Here my mail, and if you have some kind of doubts, anyway, thank you again. It's a pleasure to talk about this. These real challenges, and that you can learn with these challenges with many areas in our society, not only in the defense. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Rafael, for the talk. We have any questions from the audience? Okay.
I have a question. How can you decide which is the most optimized model to analyze those images? Like which is the preferable method? Supervised, reinforcement, federated?
We have a post-graduation program in the Air Force, and this kind of problem first we send to our academia, and there they try to study all these approaches. Then we just selected some approaches. One of this is using machine learning. It's using deep learning. And we try to use traditional machine learning methods. But let's say that, what was the problem? The problem wasn't the software, wasn't the computers. The problem was having a training personnel for the time that we are demanded. Then for that time, I had to train our personnel to use the machine learning techniques implemented in our softwares. And another problem, I have to select samples, I have to train, and together with the problem that they didn't have this trained personnel at that time, calculating all the time that I will spend, then we selected the deep learning methods. Why? Because I just picked that student that finalized that thesis, and he was military, saying, now you are working with this. Just remember what you said, everything you done in your thesis, and just apply it. And the first calculation we would take about 2 months to training, etc. Doing like this, we just spent 15 days of working days, right? And also, with these deep learning techniques, I can use this untrained personnel to collect samples, because of course, that was easy for them, and that they are trained to do. Then the approach, thinking in the team, was easier, was faster to just collect samples and train it in the deep learning technique, differently that I extract features, analyze the features, and etc. and etc. So in that case was more interesting, putting all these elements together. But We don't have the only one question. For that case was the way that we thought, right?
Okay, I have a question. The first is about the vessels detection that you told us that was confirmed. How do you confirm these vessels using the SAR images? Because we have orbits, so we have a quite big delay.
We send the aircraft over there. We have a river that we have some rivers that are our objectives. Then we have planes flying over there, and they are collecting everything they are collecting. Then we just see the SAR images, and
so it's from the same period.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. The second question is about the open data that you told us. The first thing is how you're going to I don't know, do it open? And the second thing is it would be possible to do like a challenge, for example, in a conference, for instance, I don't know, maybe remote sensing conferences or CVPR, for example, is computer vision pattern recognition, or stuff like that.
Yes, that's the idea, because the bigger part of this data are not confidential. When you are something regular, there's not. We saw that more than 30 terabytes of data, but actually, if we have a classified data here, I can say 1 terabyte or less of what is really classified. Then we have an important asset that we have to share, because and also the information, the situation is not more challenging. It's the problem, or it's solved, or there's no interest again. Then, but the challenge for the academic, for the industry, etc., it stays. It's you can work on it. So we can provide it just for it, to do thesis, to do challenges for public, for private, for startups, and etc. For us, also, it's a public investment. It's a public money invested on our satellites, on these contracts. Then it's an important asset. It's the tangible asset that we have from space, that we have to share this. We have to return this to the society. So what is important that you handle something that it's public, right? And you can use it freely. And when you get a solution or something interesting, it's good, because if I will do another contract or for a company, or to buy a new satellite, your results will be useful for requirements and for this new contract. Then it's very important. Many more people are using, more details, more perspectives they'll have. If I don't provide it, I don't have this anchor, because we can talk about Amazon, but with different perspectives. But when I provide a data, we can have different perspectives, but with a common anchor and a common point, and that's interesting. Then we can measure it, and that's it's very good, very important, because we can see if you are going to a good direction, a proper direction, or not. So it's that's the idea.
Okay, thank you. More questions? Okay, thank you very much again.
Thank you.
So we are quite late, so we are going to lunch. So I'll move my talk to 3 p.m. So we are going to start with my talk, and then we go ahead. Okay, thank you very much, and see you later. Thank you, thank you. Okay, thank you for coming. Today I'll present some scientific research cooperations that we started in our lab. Basically, GPDS is signal processing group lab, and Lisa is stands for image and signal processing. So, first thing first. Okay, let me check. Okay, just to introduce myself, I'm Edson Mintsu Hung. I'm professor here since 2010. I made undergrad course, master's, and PhD here at university. Basically, I did some research with several companies. I'll talk about some of them, especially related to AI, except the first one. So, what's the advantage in cooperating with industries? First, we are talking about real-world challenges and problems. It's a very applied science, so it's a science that you're going to at least have a proof of concept in a way that it get a higher probability to be in production. So these are the most advantages that I can see with this cooperation. In this work, actually, is a work that's called Wedge Partition that was funded by Hewlett-Packard. This is my first paper, and this first paper, it generated a patent for HP in 2006. I'll tell the timeline here for this work. So it was developed here at University of Brasilia with Hewlett-Packard Labs, specifically at Palo Alto in 2005, and was published in 2006 at ICIP. They filled the patent in 2006, and it was granted in 2010. Actually, in 2010, Google bought this patent and started the first test in VP9 codec in 2013. Then VP9 transformed to a new codec called AV1, and it was standardized in 2018. And nowadays it's used in YouTube, Netflix, and also is implemented in some Intel processors from the 11th and beyond. The Qualcomm just started to implement it. NVIDIA has already implemented, Google processors as well. So it's a quite good and adopted standard. It is also used in 3D HEVC. HEVC stands for High Efficiency Video Codec. It's the H.265 since 2015. So you see that it takes quite a long time for something that begins in academia and goes to industry and beyond. So I'll tell some partnerships that I have. First of them, it's with ITU and WHO, that's World Health Organization. Basically, in the artificial intelligence for health, the idea here is create algorithm for auditing and quality control, especially for AI models for health. So they have a platform that you can submit your model, and then they can audit it, the quality of this model in an independent way. So I belong to a TG, that it's a topic group on radiology. And one of the things that AI can help is developing countries. For example, especially in radiology, Liberia, for example, has 2 radiologists in the whole country. I'm saying 2, only 2. So, and Ghana has 34 for the whole country, and Kenya has about 200 radiologists. So they have quite a lack of professionals on that field, so AI can help a lot if well implemented. So this work that I'll present is a spin-off of this work. So what I propose here is to compress and downsize images. And I was quite, I would say, it's quite difficult to say, should we compress medical images? I would say no. Basically, it's the basic answer to this question. But we do it because it's somehow necessary in some cases or in some scenarios. In this case, the idea is you have a hospital that can collect the images, and then you can upload this medical image to an inference in the cloud, and then you can receive the diagnosis. You cannot use compression in this case, but it's not every country that you're going to have a communication infrastructure that permits these operations without compression. So the idea here is to compress, and I tested a few models with and without compression, or with and without downsizing, and what we found out is that you can get very good accuracies or very good results, even compressing, for example, in a ratio for 30% of the file size. So you can reduce the size and have a similar accuracy, but we have to take care, because it drops a lot if you compress too much. So we have some boundaries there that we are not going, we can go through that. So this is one of the results. The idea here is that compression can permit underdeveloped countries to implement these kind of systems, and we can implement it in real life. The other thing here, another project here was funded by Samsung. This is a more exploratory research. It is a AI-based video codec. Basically, what we use is an autoencoder to reduce the amount of information, and then we expand it and reconstruct this information. So I won't get into the details, but the idea here is compress a video or an image using autoencoders. Basically, a set of convolutions and strides. Here are some results. Here's the current frame and the motion compensated frame. And then we also have the decoded current frame that should be quite similar to the raw one. This is the main goal. Some of the results, we developed an AI-based video codec for Samsung. It's a very exploratory project. It's still not comparable to the standards. The standards are quite mature. It was developed for quite a long time, so it's very, very difficult to compete. We also developed a rate-constrained AI-based image codec. When I want to compress something, but with a specific bandwidth or specific rate. And also, we did some hybrid AI image codec that it's mixing traditional techniques with AI to try to get a better codec. I also have a collaboration with CNPq. CNPq is a system to protect Amazonia. And we are working in 3 topics. The first one is an AI-based deforestation detection using satellite SAR images. Why do we use satellite SAR images? The first thing is about the satellite. Why do we use satellites? The first thing is that the region is huge. The area covers the whole Europe, basically. So, we are not going to have a balloon or a drone or something like that, because we are going to get out of fuel quite soon. So it's not very easy to solve. And why SAR images? SAR because SAR is synthetic arbitrary radar. It sends a signal, and then the reflection, you receive it, the reflection, and then you can image this reflection. It's like what a bat does, but in another frequency. We use this kind of sensoring because it can go through clouds and go through fogs. So it will be quite transparent. If you compare, for example, with regular RGB sensors, you're going to take a picture of clouds or take picture of fogs, and you're not going to see anything behind that. So is that why you use satellite SAR images? The other thing is fire type classification using AI. I'll talk about that later, but the idea is to tell what kind of fire is, and then the firefighters can see, okay, this kind of fire we are not going to tackle because it's not a forest fire or not a wildfire. So things like that. And the other is vessel detection using SAR images. So for the deforestation, we have quite big pipeline for training. So we construct a database with SLC data, that is single look complex data. That's a very raw kind of information. And then we pre-processing it using a software called Snap. That is, this software is from ESA, the European Spatial Agency. And we do a set of processing to create what we call a stack. A stack, it's 2 images that is co-registered, so the positioning is very precise somehow. And only this processing using Snap, it takes about 8 to 10 hours. And then we, in this case, we process it and create some patches, and we have a ground truth, and we train a model using that. For inference, we pick 2 pairs of images, and then we pre-process the same way we pre-process in the training time, and then we run our model, and we create at the output the shapefiles. Shapefiles gives us the position of the deforestation in this case. So here I'm showing that we have to process in patches due to memory limitations. And here is an example. This is a region of interest that we have, and we have 2 models that it's running. One, it's before, where I detect forests, and after we detect the deforestation that happened. Why don't we use only deforestation? Because I'm not very interested in deforestation. I'm more interested in new deforestations. So it was when it was a forest before, and then a deforestation at the second image. So we have 2 different models running that, and the result is something like this. We have some spots with telling where are the deforestations. These are some of the results. This is combining with the Google images. And you can see some red spots. These red spots are detections. And these cyan color spots are areas that are greater than a threshold. These red spots are due to noise. I can show you why these noises happen. Here you are. These are the two models working. The yellow one showing forest and the pink one showing the deforestation. And you can see that in the borders, you can get some misalignments, you can get some other noises. So these noises create some shapes that are very tiny and has a very small area that we can filter, but it's still a noise. So the real life we have to handle with that. So that's it. Some conclusions. This model is in production nowadays. It's running. It's running continuously since this year at CNPq. It was partially evaluated. We will calibrate it with real data, but one of the models has more than 80% precision using real data. So maybe we can achieve something about 80, 85% or 90% of accuracy in these models. Still need improvement. I won't talk about these improvements in this talk, but we still need. With this work, we are going to collaborate with Saab in a project that they call Mimerswell. Mimerswell is a big data platform that it's for fast storing and retrieving massive data. It has a high-performance computation platform, an AI training and inference platform. It has microservice platform, also scalability and low cost and add-ons and stuff like that. We are going to integrate some of these models in this platform from Saab and try to see the benefits of this platform for finding deforestations. So here are some detail of this cooperation. We are going to incorporate and improve our models in Mimerswell. We can use Mimerswell during development, so they allow us to use them, but for operational use, we are going to be charged. But the Brazilian government can use these models for free in Mimerswell because it was developed here in the university, so we are not going to charge. But other costs are applied, so we have some infrastructure, especially hardwares, that it has some costs. Royalties can be paid for Brazilian government if Mimerswell is sold to other countries that has rainforests, for example, can use these models. It may work. And we have some human resource exchanges using Vinnova and CISB. That's our collaboration at the moment. I'll talk about machine learning applied to fire typification. The Brazilian government has a fire dashboard that it's called Painel do Fogo. That's from CNPq as well. That you can see the fire or the firing occurring they call almost real time. So the idea here is that it has an animation here that's not working, but they group the hotspots and they can see how the fire is developing, and the firefighters use this platform to plan operations. So the events and fire propagations happens in 24 hours. So in some of the sensors, in 24 hours you can see, you are going to see new informations about this fire. So the idea here is to separate the type of fires, they call savanna and grassland fire, small clearing and agriculture, subcanopy or understory, or deforestation fire. So in some of these cases, the firefighters won't combat the fire, so they're not going to, for example, for agriculture or stuff like that, they're not going to make any effort to try to combat this kind of fire. So we use some features from GFED from NASA, and also we created some of new feature. We did some future engineering. We put some biomass and tree cover and training rules and stuff like that. Here's the feature importance of this this model that we trained. We trained a rainforest and we got some results that we are going to implement this model in the next months. So some results we have now. We have two models to be in production in the next months. The first one is a very static approach. You have the features and then you say what kind of fire is. And another one that uses temporal series that you can see how the fire is evolving, and then you can take a conclusion based on this temporal information. So we're still working on that. The other problem that I'm working on, it's ship or vessel detection. It uses a similar pipeline for the deforestation problem, but we are not using SLC, we are using GRD. And then we are using SNAP and inference. The models that we are using is based on UNet and EfficientNet, and the results are quite preliminary right now, but we can see how it works. So this is the detection using GPT. It's a regular software that it's provided from Snap. And in the left side, the bigger screen, you can see in green the vessel detection. So it works somehow, but we didn't check if it's, we have some difficulty to check if these vessels are really the vessels or not due to temporal information. So we have to have another sensors at the same time to make a precise check of that. So here's the reel again. We can detect some of them here. We checked, we applied it at Salvador as well, and also, yeah, that's it. These are some preliminary results. We are not implementing right now. We are not going to put in production in the next months. And one of the last problems that I'm working on is with the Confederação Nacional do Transporte. What they do is they evaluate federal road conditions. They use 22 cars. They run 110,000 kilometers in 30 days. What they do, they put a camera on board, and then we pick this video and we make offline detection using YOLO. At the moment, we target road signs with different conditions, and we correlate it to GPS information, and then we know, for example, this is our acquisition prototype. It's a very, let's say, not beautiful, not as beautiful as the Google Street Map cars, but it works, I swear. But in some cases, we can see some covered signs, for example, and then we have, you can see the geopositioning of this sign in their platform. So we have other rusty road signs or unreadable signs or stuff like that. We mark all of them. The future works on this. We are going to extend to other parameters, road conditions, for example. We are also working on real-time processing by embedding AI solutions. This is a quite difficult task at the moment. For this problem, at the moment we get about, I think, 20 frames per second, but we are going we are pushing on that. And we are also adding other sensors and trying to do data fusion to get more, let's say, qualified conclusions. And here I finish my talk. Thank you. Thank you. Questions from the audience?
So thank you very much. So I actually have two questions. The first question is about this compression, because if I understood it correctly, it was basically generic compression, but have you thought about, I mean, in some sense, if the purpose is to be able to do machine learning, particular segmentation on the images, can't you make the compression specialized for that so that it removes things that are irrelevant to the machine learning methods, but yeah, so that you can get the same accuracy but much more compressed images? So that was my first question. And my second question was regarding this, I mean, in the second part, I mean, the later parts you had showed several examples where you're applying different kinds of deep learning methods to different problems. And I'm curious, how much does the kind of out-of-the-box methods work, and how much do you need to change or improve the methods? So that would be my second question.
Okay, thank you for the question. The first one, it's quite difficult to answer somehow, but the idea here is to use off-the-shelf algorithms. Actually, DICOM, that it's the most used format that for medical images, they use JPEG. It's a container, so it uses inside JPEG or JPEG 2000 in a very good quality or near lossless. But the idea here in our case is use off-the-shelf codecs. JPEG have an AI initiative that it's to create a codec that's for machines, not for humans. So JPEG is used, it's compressed for humans. Let's say the parameters are to get a better reconstruction, but their objective is quite different. It's compressed for machine take decisions, so they have some effort on that. It's not I'm working on, but I know that this work. Yeah, but you can do other things, like you can pre-process and then compress in a way that you're not going to get any losses during your classification. That's true. The other thing is the regular models, it works for, I would say, 80 or 90% of the research that you do, but when you're tuning, you have to change some structures, and we do that in some of them. In this case, we have to change some parts of YOLO to work, for example, and to achieve, for example, a good frame rate. It's necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. More questions? Okay. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
First of all, beautiful presentation, and I think you can utilize some technology like DLSS3 by NVIDIA to increase the performance in cases of revealing images or something. It's possible to use in this case generating new frames by neural systems like that. I mean, I don't know. Can be possible.
I could understand your question specifically. What do you mean? Yeah, about the DSSL3. As far as I know, it creates some synthetic images, and you can increase frame rates, for example, etc. It's not our case. We are not handling things like that, but Creating synthetic data, it's something that should be, you must be careful to do that using AI. You can use to make data augmentation, make other things, but there, we don't apply directly these techniques into our models.
Thanks.
Okay. More questions? So thank you. We are going to move on to the next presentation.
Okay, let's see. Sorry. Okay, so sorry for not being that prepared. I thought I was going to I thought I was giving my presentations in the morning, and I thought I used too much time in the morning, so I didn't have time to talk about the research. So, but anyway, I actually switched presentations. So I'm going to talk about basically giving an overview of that of research that me and my research group have been doing the last 5 to 10 years, and I will try to kind of highlight some things because otherwise it will be too long again. So the overarching theme in a lot of the work that we have been doing is to work with trajectory data, so basically things moving along, moving around. And you can see this as a special case of time series data. So the kind of temporal aspect has been an important part of a lot of work we have been doing. And what we're also very much interested in is how can we combine machine learning with machine reasoning. And we come kind of more from the machine reasoning side. So we've been doing a lot of work with temporal logics and planning and these kind of things. But then, of course, we want to take advantage of the machine learning method, for example, to automatically generate models of the environment and so on. So that's the kind of short background. One of the things we have been doing, the reason that we are working with this kind of trajectory data is that we've been working with these collaborative unmanned aircraft systems for a long time. So for those of you who were here in the morning, I said that we had fully autonomous helicopter about 20 years ago. So that was the start of I was a PhD student back then. And what we was really interested in is how do we develop a principled approach to building collaborative, intelligent, autonomous systems for complex missions. So basically we want to build helicopters or other types of autonomous systems that can interact with humans and other robots, many different types of robots, in addressing very challenging scenarios. So one of the projects that we're working on was this Sherpa project, which was a large European Union project, where we were developing solutions to assist the alpine rescuers, both in a winter scenario when there's been an avalanche and they have to identify people trapped under the snow, but also in summer scenarios, which are actually much more deadly than the winter scenarios, when people get lost maybe due to bad weather or other things in the summer. Let's see. Oh yes. So I have let's see if the video works, maybe. Let's see. That was a bit slow. Let's see. Doesn't seem like I want to play. Oh well, sorry about that. So, I mean, these days it doesn't look that fancy, but I mean, this video I think is from 2007 or 2009 or something like that, so it's quite old. It's almost antique, so therefore I think it would be interesting. So, I mean, some of the challenges that we occurred when we were building these collaborative systems is really, as I mentioned, we want to support these humans and robots. We want to have adjustable autonomy, so you don't want these systems to be either fully autonomous or fully manual, but rather, depending on the mission, you need to adapt the autonomy. And you need to manage many things on different abstraction levels, so both what are you going to do, the tasks, but also the information that you gather. And we have to coordinate different resources. We have to coordinate control, reaction, and deliberation. So basically how the actions are carried out. But we also need to consider the kind of resources, the systems, and platforms and so on that we have. And of course, we have incomplete information at both design time and runtime, which means that instead of being able to just in advance design exactly how things are done, you need to be able to, at runtime, put together the missions, do the planning, depending on the available resources, and then you need to monitor the execution of these systems, and if something goes wrong, you need to be able to detect what went wrong, and then fix the problems, and then continue the mission. And actually, I think, to me, I mean, one of the really interesting parts of AI, and I would say maybe maybe not the AI that's kind of currently in fashion. I mean, this kind of machine learning, image recognition, natural language processing, and so on. But when you're building these systems, is that you're moving decisions from design time to runtime. That, I mean, normally if you have a traditional control theoretic approach, you basically say, oh, this is my particular sensors. I know exactly what sensor I have. I know exactly what platform I have. And then you design a solution for exactly those conditions. You mathematically model all the different components, and then you design solutions at the design time, which means that basically it's the engineers that are doing all the work, and then at execution time it just carries out what you designed it for. What I think is interesting with AI is that you're shifting the perspective. So rather than making all this design time, the system itself should now make these decisions at runtime, which means that the system needs to build a model of the system and its capabilities, and then select how to achieve the solution. So it's really about changing so that it's the system itself that decides what to do. And I really think this is quite interesting. So the systems that we've been working with, so we actually built a number of small platforms ourselves. And then this was our main platform, a 100-kilo helicopter that was originally designed for spraying pesticide fields, so it's remote controlled. We built a control system on top of it, so basically the control system was as using a remote control. So basically you switch between the remote control and the autonomous systems and so on. And then we also built our own quad-rotor platform before they became kind of commercially available. So I think this is probably from 2009 or something like that. So then we built everything from scratch, including the electronics inside, and even the propellers. So we had an aeronautical engineer designing propellers too. So, but of course, basically this is kind of pointless today. Now you can just buy the things on the market, but it was kind of fun when we were doing that. And in some sense, the overall, or as rather one of the main results of this work is an architecture. So basically, how do we break up this really difficult problem into different sub-problems, and how do we put them together again? I don't intend to go into the detail, but basically there are different levels. We have the control level, we have a more reactive level, and then a more deliberative level where we can do high-level, more cognitive-like tasks. And then we integrate them using two domain-specific languages, one for hierarchical concurrent state machines, and one for task specification trees to describe complex multi-agent activities. And then all of this is then executing in real time. And my part that I was doing was actually this on the side here, where we were doing the same but on the information processing or information processing side. And what we were interested in is that in order to do this high-level cognitive functionalities, we assume that we have crisp symbolic representations of the world. But of course, that is very difficult to get. So what we need to do, the data that we actually have available is the type of, images that you've been seeing and so on. And what we needed was then how do we bridge the gap between this noisy quantitative data that we actually have available and this crisp, more symbolic and logical representations that we expect. So that was my PhD thesis, how to kind of build that kind of system. And then that became kind of the foundation. I've shown this before. Today, I lead a research group called the Reasoning and Learning Lab. We have 5 PhD students. Matthias here is actually, he defended his thesis right before Christmas. And we have 2 postdocs and a research engineer. So we started out very much in this knowledge representation area. We are now working more and more in the machine learning. But we also have several applications towards multi-agent systems. And so the things that I want to talk about here is then learning generative models based on trajectory data, doing this kind of logical reasoning over both observed and predicted trajectories, and a bit about this privacy-preserving synthetic data generation that I also mentioned earlier. So basically, one of the challenges, which I think connects to what was presented before, is that we collect data from the environment using different sensors, If we are working with more target tracking or object detection, then we want to track these objects. So we get some trajectories from our trackers. And then we want to learn and understand the motion patterns of these vehicles or people or whatever you're monitoring. So you want to learn these kind of motion patterns from the raw data. And then we can do a lot of different things. With this, we can do one-class classification for anomaly detection. We can do more multi-class classification. We can do predictions of different types. So we can do a lot of things. So basically, one of the things we want to do was that, assuming that we have these tracks, so these are just cars driving in intersections, so they're coming from the right here, either going straight or turning left. And what we want to learn is then a model of how do these vehicles behave in this crossing. So here we want to have, like, they enter the crossing using one behavior. Then at some point they switch. So they either decide to go straight or they decide to go left. And each of these will then be different types of behavior. So we want to learn this model automatically from this data. The next step, which we haven't done, is to actually have semantic labels of this so that you know what this actually means. So the solution that we have is that we model each of these primitive actions using Gaussian processes. So basically we have a Bayesian representation of the data. And then we have nodes here where you switch between these different behaviors. So what we get here is a graph where the edges in the graph are Gaussian processes and where the nodes then connect different activities. And that means that if we get a new observed, so here we have flown our UAVs just indoors in a grid-like pattern. If we get a new observation, so now we get this blue trajectory here, we can see that, first of all, we can see it matches this one. So yes, we're carrying out this particular behavior. We're switching here to this behavior. We're switching to this behavior. And then we have an unexplained section here. And then we kind of continue on this in this. And then we continue like that. So what we then need to do is that we need to realize that we need to extend our model to also cover this case. So what we do is that we introduce a new primitive activity. We also need to split this primitive activity into two and then join them. So this way we can incrementally create this model of the behavior of the observed traffic in this particular case. And so this just shows the kind of activation of the different primitive activities as we go along. But that's just details. If we go into a little bit more detail, what we actually do is using a two-dimensional flow field representation. So we represent both the velocity and x and y direction. So each of these Gaussian processes actually is a flow field, and that gives us this opportunity or a possibility to model the actual speed or expected speed of the object, and then we can use this to predict what the likely behavior is. So, and of course this can be extended to more dimensions and so on, but this gives us quite a lot of flexibility. So that then gives us this power to learn models of how objects move, actually both the kind of discrete high-level sequence of activities and the detailed continuous motion for each of these. So what we're now interested in is to actually use this. And one of the use cases that we had in this original unmanned aircraft systems project was really about doing execution monitoring. So monitoring that the execution of these systems is as expected, and to detect if you deviate from the expected behavior. And what we could do there is that we can use this temporal. So basically, in traditional, when you traditionally do the verification, you basically build a model of the system, and then you verify that the model of the system has certain safety and liveness properties using temporal logic. What we are doing is that instead of verifying a model of the system, we are verifying a particular execution of the system, so one particular way of running this system. But if we just use traditional temporal logics, we use exactly the same logic as used in the verification community, is that we can only detect that something went wrong after it has happened, which of course is not really the desire here. So what we have done is to extend it to both reason not only with this kind of crisp symbolic information, but also with uncertainty, and to also deal with predictions, where so that we can detect that if you don't change your behavior, you are likely to violate something or have a collision in this case in the near future. So it means that you can detect that something may go wrong before it has gone wrong. This is then part of a paradigm that we call stream reasoning. So basically, in order to be able to do this detection at runtime, we need to evaluate these temporal logical formulas over data that becomes incrementally available as we fly around and collect it, which means that we cannot use the traditional method where you basically have a database or a knowledge base of everything there is to know, and then you evaluate a formula relative to this data or knowledge base, but rather we need to turn it around. So we need to start by first asking the query, for example, in this case, a temporal logical formula that we want to evaluate, and then we need to collect the data to be able to determine whether this particular formula is true or false. And this is then called stream reasoning, where we do this kind of incremental reasoning over streaming information. I will just skip this. And again, we are using temporal logic. I will not go into the details, but it gives us a lot of flexibility to do this. So the first addition then is that, or rather, if we just use this crisp, non-probabilistic information, and for example, we want to monitor that we're always flying at an altitude of more than 3 meters, and assuming that the sensors gives us a probability of the altitude that looks like this. So this is the probability distribution of the altitude that we can estimate from our sensors. If we then take the most probable, so if we only have a single value, then we will take the most probable value, and this most probable value will then be above 3, which means that this formula would then be true, or at least wouldn't be false. But by adding this opportunity to explicitly talk about the probabilities, then we can say that the probability that the altitude should be above 3 meters has to be at least 0.99. And then we need to see, is there more than 0.01 probability mass below 3, which it is in this case. So therefore, this particular statement is then false, and we have a violation of this. So this clearly gives us more expressive power. And then we can also use these indices here to talk about relative time to estimate and the relative time to estimate from. So basically it says that what will happen 2 time units from now from the current time. So then we can say that it should always be the probability that 2 time units in the future we should be above this altitude, so that then we can talk about what will happen later on. So this gives us even more flexibility. So basically these logics are defined over state sequences. So that's the normal thing. What we do here is that we basically allows, so we have the state sequence just kind of growing here on the diagonal, but we also have, we can do predictions. So at this time point, we can predict into the future. We can also predict backwards, given this information. So each of these lines is basically, this is the information relative to this state. So now we get this kind of 2-dimensional state space that we then evaluate these formulas over. But what's more important is, of course, what does this enable? So what are the things we can do with this representation? Is that, yes, we can deal with probabilistic information. So we can say, what is the probability that you're inside the no-fly zone, or the probability of collisions and so on. That's nice, but that's quite a straightforward standard things to do. What we can also do, however, is this anticipatory reasoning, and that's we can reason about what's likely to happen in the future, and then we can do this as, we don't want it to be likely that we in the future collide with something. So therefore we have that. And then actually the most interesting capability that this opens up is that we can start to do introspective reasoning based on monitor, for example, the quality of our predictions. So what we can state in this logic is that the estimated position that the position that I estimated 5 time units ago, is it close enough to the actual position now? So then you can monitor that the quality of your predictions are good enough. You can also use this to monitor the quality of, for example, your controller. So I mean, you of course normally assume that the controller will be able to follow your trajectories, and then you can monitor that it actually does follow this. So it gives you this power, because you can talk about what did you expect, I mean, what was the expectation from one time point, and what is the actual case when that time point arrives. So I think this is quite nice. And then we can do a lot of things. I would just skip this. We have also integrated this and other things into real robotic systems. So for example, with different types of planners, lattice planners, trajectory, so basically it's integrated into a larger system so that we can try out things both in simulation and in real flights. We have also been doing quite a lot on different motion planning applications, for example, 3D exploration planning and coverage path planning. So actually we have a number of papers on this. So for example, how should you build a 3D model of a complex structure? How should you fly about to do that? And here is an example where we work with a company that was developing these sweeping robots to clean parking garages. And then the question becomes, how should you control this robot so that it actually sweeps all the floors in this multi-story parking garages, and to cover all the small nooks and crannies, so you can see it's a very irregular shape, and now you have to, with the shortest distance, sweep this full area. So that was another. Actually, both of these were master theses that we turned into scientific publications at ICRA. I think most of these have been published. Yeah, and we have a bunch of other publications. So that was on this more trajectory planning and trajectory modeling. Then let me talk about synthetic data generation. So, I mean, we talked a lot about the challenges with data. So one of the challenges with data is that we might have sensitive data that could be private, so it's connected to individuals that we're not allowed to share. And one approach to dealing with this is that we take this sensitive data, we learn a generative model. So this generative model will normally also be sensitive, so we haven't solved the problem yet. But then we can systematically sample this generative model so that we generate a new data set which does not contain these sensitive parts, but still preserves the quality or the kind of information in the original data set. So what you want is that this data set here that's sensitive and this data set here that's synthetic, they should have roughly the same accuracy when you, for example, train downstream tasks on this data. So here we have a number of interesting problems. We have the interesting problem, how do you build generative models? So of course there's a lot of research on generative models. Since we have been mainly interested in time series data, actually there is not that much work on generative time series models. There is TimeGAN and PSA-GAN and a few others, but so we have then been developing our own methods for doing these time series generative models. But more importantly, we've been working on how do you actually do this sampling so that your resulting data sets both contain the relative information and is non-sensitive. So yeah, there exist a number of different approaches. So one of the application areas that we're working is health data. So there are some specific models for this that we compare against. So then I already alluded to this before, but one of the things is that we can define this fair data generation processes, which then both deals with density preservation and bias transformation. So basically the first part here is that we want the data to respect different subgroups. So you might have different, subgroups in your data, and you want all of them to be represented in the resulting data so that you don't discriminate against certain groups. So that's one thing, and there we can use this score-based weight sampling. And then the other one is this: we can have biases, for example, that certain features in the data affect the end result, which they shouldn't. So, for example, you can have sex or religion or things like that that shouldn't have an effect on the decision. And then we can use this mutual information constraint so that we want to make sure that these sensitive features do not influence the results, so that we are making them statistically independent through this mutual information. And then we basically add that as to the loss function, so that during the training we remove the statistical connection between the sensitive attributes and the result. And I mean, actually, I will not go through because actually we have changed this. So this is an earlier version of the architecture. So it was a bit more complicated. So this was a GAN-based architecture. Now, actually, we have much more success with the diffusion-based models. So actually, we are kind of switching there. And then some just results. So here we are comparing the result on the different methods. So here we have what is the kind of downstream tasks using the real data, comparing it to health GAN, fair GAN, and our approach. So we can see that in most cases, we get better accuracy than the other methods on the downstream tasks, which means that the synthetic data that we generate is actually almost as good as the real data. So that was our kind of basic idea. Here you can see, for example, 92 compared to 91 and so on. So there is some loss, but the loss is very small. It's also interesting, we can even get better in some cases. So that just shows that we maintain the important qualities. And then we can also measure the fairness. And here we can see that our method is the most fair in all cases except one, but there it's very small difference. So we can see that the data that's being generated is actually fair. And then what's interesting is also to look at then these different subgroups. So here we have compared health GAN, which is one of the previous state-of-the-art methods, with our methods with and without this taking these different subgroups into consideration. So we can see that if you just use health GAN, we get different groups are not equally represented. And the same with our method, if we don't explicitly care about it, we also get, this actually corresponds quite similar to what you get with health GAN. But if we explicitly take it into consideration in the training to generate representative data, we can actually achieve this objective as well. So it means that we can both maintain accuracy and we can compensate for this fairness parts. So that was some of the research that we've been doing. We also have a number of different other projects, for example, this multi-objective, multi-agent reinforcement learning. So here the idea is to replace human pilots in a pilot training simulation. So the whole point is to educate pilots. And in order to educate the pilots, you need to have someone to fly with and then fly against. And that's either been done with very simple agents or with humans. So the idea here is to use reinforcement learning to learn the behavior of synthetic agents, and then you can use them in the training simulations. But since in the training simulation, we are interested in kind of adapting the scenario based on what the person running the training wants to be doing. So therefore, instead of learning just a single behavior, we're actually learning a family of related behaviors using multi-objective reinforcement learning. so that we can actually learn a whole related, and then the trainer can kind of switch the knobs during the execution and get different behavior of these agents that they're training against. Yes, I will skip this because probably too much. So I've given some examples. So I think if we look a little bit more into the future and things that we are interested in working more on. So I mean, today we normally have this, either we have a data-driven method or we have this more knowledge-based approaches. And normally what we have is not causal model, but more correlation-based models. So we try to find correlations between different things. And what I really think is what we need to do is, of course, first of all, we need to make models that combine both the data and these assumptions, but also that we move away from purely correlation-based approaches to also causality-based approaches. Because, of course, in the end, what we want to do is to understand what should we change to achieve something. So, I mean, it's not only about kind of modeling or understanding what's going on, but if we actually want to influence the end result, we need to know, in some sense, the direction of these arrows so that we change the right thing. And I mean, the traditional example that's often being used of why is this hard, I mean, you can look at the correlation between number of ice creams sold and the number of people that drown. And then you see, oh, when the ice cream sales go up, we have more people drowning. But of course, if you just close all the ice cream shops, that will not prevent people from drowning because there is no causal relation between those two, but rather it's, oh, it's sunny and nice weather, people go to the beach and buy ice cream and unfortunately also drown. So it's more, that's the causal relation. And that's what you want to learn. Yes, so this was some of the work. Yeah, and I've already talked about this before. So I think, yeah, I can end there. So what I wanted to kind of convey is I think there is a lot of interest in working with this kind of time series data, temporal data. I mean, you mentioned, for example, the evolution of fires and so on. I think there is a lot of very interesting things that is related to change and evolution over time. And we have been developing methods, both more kind of logic-based and more Bayesian-based, as these Gaussian processes, but also more deep learning-based, both GAN models and diffusion-based models to learn to model these temporal behaviors. We have also been using these generative models to generate synthetic data to compensate for fairness and make them more representative. So taken together, there's several kind of tools available for working with this kind of movement and time series data. Thank you very much. Questions?
Questions from the audience? Questions?
Too late. Okay, then I guess it's next speaker's turn.
Okay. Fredrik,
Yeah.
only one question. Do you have some applications of this learning reasoning for data image beyond that with the drones, beyond for that for trajectory purpose?
So I mean, one application we have used this for is actually we've been applying both to buses and to trains. So we have been working with the local bus company to predict when the buses will arrive. So there is like passenger information. So at each bus stop, there is a sign which says how many minutes until the bus arrives. And then we can provide predictions when the buses will arrive to the different bus stops. We have also been using it to actually monitor how the bus drivers follow the contract, because basically all the buses are run by third-party companies. So they have a contract, what they need to follow. So it's like you have to leave the start station not earlier than the actual announced start time. And then there are certain stops in between which you may leave with like ±5 minutes. And then there are certain stops where you again are not allowed to leave until the timetable says that you leave. and you had to go to all the bus stops along the route. So there are some kind of contractual constraints, and those we can then express in this logic and actually monitor that they satisfy these constraints, which they actually don't. So they skip the final bus stops, because I guess there's no one on the bus, so they don't bother to go there. And then we've also done similar things with trains, so that's 2. Now we're working more with marine logistics, so both doing kind of estimating, taking weather into consideration when you want to plan how the ships should go, and also doing other things related to fleet logistics.
So, and in your experience, you can see this kind of application for data fusion somehow. Thinking on the selection of features or selecting something, what it's best if we create some situations to decide what kind of data could be used in each situation. I don't know if you see something similar like this towards this.
So I mean, when it comes to feature selection, I actually think that's what you should use deep learning for. I really think this kind of using autoencoders and other self-supervised learning methods to learn the features, I think is extremely efficient. And then you just use these learned embeddings, and then you do every processing on top of that. So I mean, in our case, I mean, we have not kind of dealt with this first step in the chain where, I mean, of course there's images coming in, but we just assume that someone can track the objects. So we haven't been kind of working with images directly. So I mean, that's would be my approach to this feature selection problem. But I think the second problem is much more interesting, namely this kind of what is the data that you need? And there we have been working with Bayesian optimization techniques. So actually one problem, which I actually think is a very interesting problem, which has relation to this synthetic data generation, is that the particular problem that we were studying was that assuming that you have a you had a simulator that can simulate any kind of behavior, and now the question becomes, assume that I want to train a semantic segmentation method, and now the question becomes, what training data should I collect from my simulator? So the simulator contains infinite amount of information, and now the question becomes, what is the smallest set of images that I should generate from my simulator, such that when I train my semantic segmentation method on these images, I will get the best possible quality. So in some sense, it's the inverse machine learning problem. So instead of given a data set, let me build the best possible classifier. Now the question is, given a particular machine learning method, what data should you collect so that when you apply this particular machine learning method to it, you get the best possible result? And there we used Bayesian optimization, where you basically build a model both of the quality of your classifier and the information gain of different points in your domain, so that you can decide which image is the next one that I should include in my data set, so that I improve the quality. And then you basically sample this simulator systematically to build up your data set with a high quality. And that you can also apply in this synthetic data generation case. Again, what are the data points or samples that you actually should generate, and then using this Bayesian optimization to model the kind of information gained for each possible sample, and then you sample the one that is expected to give you the most information. So that's how we've been approaching that.
Thank you.
But I actually think there's much more to do there. So, I mean, a lot of work on active learning and so on, and especially if you have these robotic systems that can move around. So one idea we have is to be around self-supervised learning and active learning. So basically, what you want to do is just put the system out there, and then it should learn itself without any manual inspection. And I think you can find invariance in the environment. So for example, if you have a fixed camera, just mount a fixed camera looking at the environment, it should, because then it knows what changes and what does not change, and it should be able to learn to detect foreground from background without any other information, just because then it can learn compared to what it has seen before. And the next thing then becomes you can have something that moves, but you know that you can compute how you're looking at things, so you can know that you're looking from the same thing but from different angles. You don't know what you're looking at, but you know that you're looking at the same thing from these different angles. And then you can also have this kind of self-supervised learning. So those are things that we're currently looking into, but don't have any results yet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, more questions? So thank you very much again.
Thank you.
We are going to move on.
Boa tarde. Muito obrigado pela thanks for your invitation for this opportunity. I'm very happy to introduce the recent research of our lab in the Department of Computer Science. And my topic is from once learning to few shot learning. And this is the concept of our research. So we talk about a 6-point introduction, once learning, one-shot learning, few-shot learning, YOLO, and we application of few-shot learning for the project of Ministerial Science and Technology in Brazil, and other research. As you know, recently, there are very hot topic about the ChatGPT. ChatGPT is very, very popular in this moment for the society. But we know the ChatGPT, the foundation of this topic is few-shot learning. This is very important because in the last version, GPT 3.0, the paper shows all of the process of language model is using few-shot learning, one-shot learning, zero-shot learning. So this is very important of learning process. Why we talk about this? Because you know our research also concern about the new direction of AI. Because in application of AI, AI is very advanced, but resolve a lot of problems. But the theory, basic theory, is not a companion of this development. So in our research, we put the artificial intelligence with 4 subtopics. One is artificial general intelligence. So this is artificial human intelligence with related to the human-oriented AI. Artificial machine intelligence is related to machine like robot, something like machine learning algorithm. artificial biological intelligence is realized the built-in spirit learning. And the other side is artificial quantum intelligence. This is related to the quantum learning. But our focus in research is also few data to learning. This is because, you know, we are university, we have not so rich resources as a big company, Google and OpenAI, something like that. We need to use a few data to realize our topic. So it is very important why we talk a lot again, few-shot learning, because our research, once learning, is the first one to put the few example study over the world. In 1980, we proposed the once learning in the research. So this proposal, we put a full screen information once input with 2 dimensions and unsupervised learning mechanism to establish the few parameters and parallel and synchronized memory processing. So this is our intention when we put this concept of once learning in 1998. I and my student, we applied this once learning to the image processing for satellite reader processing. This is our research in 1998 and 1999. And Professor Kohoni, he collected the list of the research. So our research was collected with this biographic of the self-organization by Professor Kohoni. So we are our research. Once learning is one of the paper listed in his bibliography. Recently, we prepared another work, my PhD student. We use the self-organization map and once learning to develop a deep self-organization clubs to process multiple informations. So this is a very important topic with the application of once learning and a self-organization map. And in this year, actually last year, our group proposed another idea is heuristic once learning. So this is use unknown information to help us with known information to help us to process the information of unknown. So with this application, we can understand better of machine learning to put forward the paradigms of heuristic once learnings by using machine learning models in 2 situations. So this is our proposal. As you know, few-shot learning is beginning with one-shot learning, proposed by Professor Li Feifei from University of Stanford University. So she put the one-shot learning, and after then, the few-shot learning, zero-shot learning, and all of the mechanism of learning is put together to resolve the problem of natural language processing and image processing. So this is very important today in the machine learning. But it needed to mention that she put the idea is 2003. We put the idea is 1998. Another thing is very important is YOLO. Professor Edson used the YOLO in your application. YOLO, what is his name? You only look once. Our name is once learning. So we put in 1998. Actually, YOLO is really a once learning. Because of time, we do not concern more about this paradigm. But as you know, until now, there is 31,032 citations by Google Scholar of YOLO. So last year, we put another research in our group. We use YOLO and compare with heuristic once learning to do the process of video processing. So it is very important, and the next research of our research will study more and more of YOLO and together with one's learning. So now I'm going to talk about the future of learning in our project together with Ministry of Science and Technology and Information of Brazil government. This project is very important by Brazilian Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. We work together between University of Brasilia and the Ministry. What is the focus of this project? They put a project of financial product portfolio. What is this project? Because you know, all over the world, we have the short financial resources. So the ministry want Brazilian students, Brazilian researchers to find the foundations over the world, all over the world, in United States, in UK, in Sweden, in Germany, something like that. We arrive of their foundation website to get the information, and we process this information just to get one result. It's available for Brazilian research or no. So we want to get this information automatically and to broadcast to Society of Brazilian Researchers. So this is the objective of the research. All the project was realized in last year. So we have 3 challenges for this research. First challenge, the related data acquisition in the scraping stages. So you know, all of the data is unstructured data over the world. Sometime is not English, in German, or sometime in Portuguese. So we have the big challenge of collect data. So another challenge is that the quality of data. The quality of data, you know, is not all standard data, so we need to do some pre-processing. And another challenge is obtain actual contextual information using civil servant identify opportunity. So this is very important because ministry want to broadcast the result to all of the research in Brazil. So in this situation, we use the machine learning to process the data. Even though we have a few data, but we use pre-training and word embedding solutions to learn the relationship of the word from the data size. And then we use transfer learnings to plus deep learnings to process the document. And finally, we get the result, yes or no, for Brazilian research. So first, our job is text presentation. So we use the word embedding, we use the word to vec, we use a long form to present the data. So this is the first step of our work. And then we use deep learning methods. We use some use neural network, we use deep neural network, we use convolutional neural network, we use LSTM to try to see which model can help us to process the data. So we use pre-trainings, we use word-to-back embeddings to present the data, use this data. But you know, the data is very few. We just have 300 data, structured data. So with this data, we get another similar data to do the pre-training for our model. So you can see, if we just use a few data, the situation is not better. We connect a few data and another data for training. So this is our pre-training process. So with in this situation, we use pre-training of word-to-vec pre-training and connect to our 4 models. We have the result. Because this is compared with state-of-art data baseline. The baseline of the ministerial science technology is 83% to process the website. In our research, we arrived at 88%. It's not a big step, but at least improved the baseline data. Another method, we use long form result. A long form result is as baselining and with the pre-training, and then we use our 4 models to predict the result. We also have the improved results. So final result, you see in 3 situations. This is baseline data. This is carriers word embedding. This pre-training the word to make embedding. This pre-training longer forms to do our research. So this project is finished just at the beginning of this month, this year. Well, we have 2 publications. One of them is presented in WebESC in Europe, and our research wins the best paper over all the conference. So we are very happy because it's very difficult to get over all the 100 papers, but we are the first one. Other research, because of time, I talk about a little bit quickly. So first this is related to your research, because our lab is traditionally we are research the trajectory prediction. We are one of the 5 labs supported by Boeing in Brazil. So our research is 4-dimension trajectory conflict detection and resolution using decision tree pruning. So this is one of our research. This research is finished by my PhD student. We have the publication of this at the beginning of this year. But this is not this is traditional air transportation. But we have another project use drone. So this contribution is that we have the method to present the 4-dimension trajectories. With these 4-dimension trajectories, and we developed the main user advantage of NoSQL, Cassandra, and the Mongo database to present the trajectory. As you know, the big problem of the CDR, conflict detection and resolution, is the big data. So how can you present the trajectory? How can you predict the trajectory? And how can you predict the conflict and resolve the conflict is very computer consuming. So in this case, we developed a solution with NoSQL, improved the process time. This is very interesting for our research. Another research is use a multimodal. As you know, now in the last year, it's very popular, the research of process the multimodal informations. We just, the big problem is that the big companies, Samsung, Google, Facebook, they have the big computers. They can process billions of parameters, but we do not have the computer resource. So we need to develop some special situation to process the task use few data. So this is our objective, to use few short learning to develop the system process multimodal signals. So this work is also published in the advanced journal and something like next. So this modified image extraction from BLCM for the text extraction and applied the sequential cross-model learning to extract the 1 models and times. And all of our model prepared the baseline data set, we have achieved the high accuracy. So this is very, we are very happy to get this result. So due to time, I just quickly present the research of our group. If you have any question, please. Thanks.
Okay, questions from the audience?
Yeah, Professor. About that for the what is the source of your data? What kind of data you're using to work to apply this decision tree? Do you have a simulated data? Do you have a real one? I would like to know something about
yes,
it.
that's a very good question. Because I told you, we are one of the 5 labs supported by Boeing. Boeing gave us a simulator of TB, trajectory prediction simulator. So in most situations, we use this simulator to predict or project the 4D traditional. Because you know, today, if you fly from Rio de Janeiro to Brasilia, before you fly, you have the trajectory. All of it is projected and predicted. So we have this simulator to present the trajectory.
Okay. And do you have worked on any kind of deconflict between this regular air traffic and the drones air traffic? Something that could be predict one invade the airspace of each other, this kind of altitude deconflict or something like this. Do you ever see or thought to work in a problem like this?
Yes, thanks a lot. And as you know, the big problem is when we talk about this line of research, the big problem is presentation of the trajectory of all the airspace. So if you have 2 flights, 3 flights, 2 routes, 3 routes, is no problem. But if you have hundreds, some thousands routes, this is very difficult. So that's why I told you we use the database, non-relational database, something like the Cassandra and the Mongo, to present the trajectory. When you present the trajectory, so this database is very powerful. With this advantage, you can present something or hundreds of routes and trajectories. And certainly we need to establish the criteria of the conflict. So because of time, I just show you these two slides. If you have interest, I can send you our paper. With this paper, we have all of the process. First, we need to talk how can we produce the data. Second, how can we use the Cassandra database to present the trajectory. And then how can we establish the criteria of the conflict. And then we develop the decision tree to find the conflict. Because as I told you, the space is very big data. So we need to use the decision tree to present all of the possible conflict. And with this detection, and we try to resolve the conflict. Our laboratory, a portfolio of our lab is air traffic control. We have in Brazil, we have the 25 years research in this line. We begin with ATM, and we do CDM, and then we do the 4-dimensional trajectory prediction. So this is of long history of our research. But today, because it is AI event, I talk more about the machine learning.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. We are going to move on to the last one. So,
yes,
okay.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So, I would like first to thank Professor Edson Mintsu for organizing this workshop. My name is Daniel Munoz Arboleda, and this presentation is entitled Embedded Artificial Intelligence Using System-on-Chips FPGAs. So, let me first to introduce myself and present my research group. I am a physics engineer from University of Cauca, Colombia, and I did my PhD and master and PhD in mechatronic systems at UNB, and I did also a PhD at KTH, Sweden, using the CISB CNPq Saab call in 2016. A little bit about my experience. I am working with digital circuit design, hardware, software co-design, also a little bit with reconfigurable circuit designs, and with embedded artificial intelligence and bio-inspired optimization. And all these techniques we explore here, we are applying for robotics, for manipulator robotics, for mobile robots, for controlling systems, apply it to assistive technology, and also for signal processing. So this is one of my research groups, the GRACO, that is a research group, Professor Carlos Llanos, Professor Guillermo Bestard, Professor Jones Yudi, Renato Corral, and Professor Ricardo Jacobi. We are working at the LEIA lab, and also at the Faculty of Gamma campus. We have a laboratory, a research lab, in which we are working with Professor Daniel Café, Professor Jumar Becerra, Professor Jose Camargo that recently passed away, Professor Batistuta, Professor Sandro, and Professor Wellington Amaral. And I forgot to mention that at the layer group, we work especially with microcontroller systems and FPGAs, with bio-inspired systems using artificial neural networks, fuzzy logic, and bio-inspired optimization, and with applications mainly in robotics. And at the Laboratory of Microelectronics, my colleagues are working right now with analog integrated circuit design, with digital integrated circuit design, and also with radio frequency circuit design. My collaboration with the Laboratory of Microelectronics is prototyping the digital circuit designs using FPGAs, and of course developing embedded softwares. Some applications are those mentioned here, and I would like to highlight these applications focused on biomedical applications. So the motivation of this talk is the embedded artificial intelligence. And I mean that when I say embedded artificial intelligence, I'm talking about these computational platforms that has computational restrictions in terms of memory size and in terms of computational capabilities. So commonly, machine learning fails when it comes to embedded systems. And when we work with embedded artificial intelligence, it involves data quantization and arithmetic representation. So the question is, it's possible to use floating point arithmetic representation, or is it better to move to fixed point arithmetic representation? In terms of computational performance, we commonly try to explore the intrinsic parallelisms of the involved algorithms. And then this parallelism can be implemented on FPGAs. It also involves the hardware-software co-design that explores several partitioning techniques. The communication overhead between hardware and software must be considered also. And then we have to explore and select several intra-chip networks. And also the communication with memory and sensors systems. The embedded IA also involves using online training algorithms. So in some applications, we don't have a lot of time for training for instance, a neural network. We have only some milliseconds or seconds to train artificial neural network, for instance. And also, it also involves data analysis. So our experience in our labs with my research team, we are working on different topologies and architecture for embedding and mapping artificial neural networks using FPGAs. And for that, we are investing on VHDL code generators, automatically VHDL code that can be modeled on high-level modeling tools. We are also working with fuzzy logic systems in hardware. Also, we are investing in VHDL code generation. And we have explored online training using bio-inspired algorithms, for instance, particle swarm, differential evolution, artificial bee colony, and these kind of algorithms that are inspired on the biology. We have also some contributions on learning from demonstration, and I would like the next to present two case studies in which we have explored learning from demonstration. And some system-on-chip applications of those contributions are related with robotics, assistive technologies, data processing, filtering, and parameter estimation, also for image processing. So moving to the case studies, I would like to first present a general overview of these two case studies I will present. We are dealing with a small size robot that is also called micro robotics. So we have several challenges in terms of energy, actuation, and assembly. For instance, we have a limited power supply and actuation, and a difficult fabrication. In terms of from the operation point of view, in some cases we have to deal with collaborative robotics, and then it involves also decentralized learning, online training, and learning from demonstration. And from the computational point of view, those applications generally have limited computational capability, have to deal with multiple sensors, and also with multiple filtering capabilities. So those are common sensors used on microrobotics, from distance sensors, LiDARs, image sensors, and so on. And the signal processing on this kind of application must be accomplished using control loops between 10 and 100 milliseconds. I mean, all the control loop of a micro robot, mobile robot, or a manipulator robot, or a drone must be done up to 100 milliseconds. It's a short time. It involves the data acquisition, the sensory filtering, the data fusion, image processing, in case we are using a single camera or multiple cameras, state estimation, localization and mapping, low-level and high-level control strategies. In terms of computational resources, the same control steps, all these steps must be accomplished up to 100 milliseconds, but with memory restrictions from 3 to 100 megabytes, maybe. Depends on the computational platform. And then we commonly explore parallel processing to accelerate the execution of the algorithms, inter and intra-chip communication, wireless communication. This is an important issue. Commonly, those applications, those embedded applications has a low energy, requires a low energy consumption, less than 1 watt for the computational platform. So it is a difficult task to accomplish, and it impacts also on the computational efficiency in terms of number of operations per watt. So, and as I said, there is also a size constraint, because those embedded applications commonly are small in size and in weight. So I will present 2 case studies that I have selected from our research projects. The first one deals with a robotic hand. This is a project that we initiated at 2017, and we called UNB hand. This robotic hand have 7 analog sensors, position sensors, 7 DC motors that are embedded on the palm of the hand. All the electronics and the computational platform is embedded on the palm of the hand. And it was, the mechanical design of the hand was performed by bioinspired optimization. So we have used some bioinspired algorithms to minimize the error trajectory of the robotic fingers. So we optimize the links, the geometric parameters of the links of each finger. Those geometric parameters were optimized by this kind of algorithms. This hand also performs force controller, specifically an impedance controller. So we have modeled this robotic finger using an impedance control model, something like this. I will not enter in details about how to solve these kind of equations, how to model this how to mapping this kind of control on the FPGAs. But this is the proposed architecture, one of the proposed architectures. We have the robotic hand, and it requires 7 position and 7 current sensors. So the position sensors and the current sensors provides data to the general architecture, and we have to control 7 DC motors to perform grasping text. Then we have a filtering process that is in parallel. Here we are exploring Kalman filters. And in this case, the impedance controller was implemented in software, in the ARM processor of a CNPq 7000 system on chip. So the hardware part is implementing the filtering process and other simple processing steps. Those are some results. Here we are using a small size SoC device, and here we are using a little bit 7020 device that has more space. And you can see that for the hardware part, for filtering the processor, the sensors, and for parameter estimation, we are occupating almost 70% of the FPGA. So we don't have a lot of space, and this FPGA costs around $40. so it's expensive. And another results, we have tested the robotic hand pulling the object that it is grasping. So some other results here, performing different grasp tasks, power grasps and precision grasps. And the point here is, well, and how we can use artificial intelligence in this project. So in fact, the artificial intelligence was done into from two perspectives. The first one using an electronic glove that demonstrates to the robotic hand how it must accomplish a grasp or manipulate any object. And the second one from a myokinetic interface that uses implanted magnets in some muscles in the arm. And this myokinetic interface was performed by the group of Professor Cristian Cipriani at the Institute of Biorobotics in Santa Ana University, Italy. So we acquired some sample data in this lab using mock-up that emulates this kind of myokinetic interface. In particular, we have 5 magnets markers, and the idea is that machine learning techniques estimate the magnet's movements, and also that the machine learning techniques classify the grasping movements that we are performing with this electronic glove. So I will present some results of this research project. And so we have 5 magnetic markers, and we have used radial basis functions, neural networks, multi-layer perceptron, and some linear models to estimate the magnet displacement. And in this work, we have also explored dynamic partial reconfiguration for fitting the 3 different models, these 3 models, into a single FPGA device. So for that, we have used a high-level modeling tool for DPR systems called RTR-LIP that was initially developed in cooperation with Professor Ingo Sander at KTH, Sweden. And this modeling tool allows us to model any DPR system. So do you remember that we don't have a lot of space for control processing? We occupy around 70% of this FPGA device and around 90% of this other device only for filtering and parameter estimation. So now we have to map in hardware the control strategies and the magnets displacement estimations. So we have to map we have to map neural networks in the same FPGA device. So for that, we are reconfiguring the FPGA online. So we locked this space here to map the radial basis functions or the MLP model or the linear model. We have realized that this first model suits better for first magnet. The multi-layer perceptron fits better for the magnet number 4, and the linear model for magnets number 3, 2, 3, and 5. So with this kind of technique, we have accomplished the how can I say, the magnet displacement estimation, and we have enough space for the filtering process and so on. So some selected publication of this project that involves the use of artificial neural networks or bioinspired optimization for controlling strategies. I also forget to mention that this impedance controller was tuned using bioinspired optimization. And this is a recent publication in which we are using data driver to tracking these magnet markers. So those are some challenges of this research project. We would like to move to online training because until now we are training offline. We acquire the data and then we train the models and then we map those models on the FPGA. But the idea is that the robotic hand learns in an online fashion. So it also we would like also to deal with more complex training algorithms. Currently, we are using PSO algorithms to train these models. And we would like also to improve precision and robustness of the Raspbian classification models and to improve the computational efficiency. We have realized that using the ARM processor that is in here, only the ARM processor consumes around 1 watt, and the other part consumes some milliwatts. So we would like to eliminate the ARM processor and to map a soft processor on the FPGA chip, then improving the computational efficiency. So in this work, we have some partnerships with TU Dresden, Professor Diana Göringer, and Sergio Pertus, that was my PhD student. In Santa Ana, Professor Cristian Cipriani and his group, and in PUC Rio, Professor Elon Ayala. At the UNB, we have a postdoc and 2 master students and 3 undergraduate students. The second case study I would like to present to you is related with mobile robots, specifically for learning from demonstration using mobile robots. So the idea is to develop a simple and economic mobile robot platform mainly for educational purposes. This platform was called Maria Robot. And Maria Robot is a differential traction robot. It has 2 Pololu DC motors, motor drivers, 4 infrared sensors, some encoders. It uses online learning and online training capabilities. It uses a kind of neural network, specifically an adaptive neural network controller. It also contains a Wi-Fi and a Bluetooth connection. It's based on a CNPq 7000 SoC FPGA from Xilinx, and also has an Arduino to read the infrared sensor information. It uses a Ryuko code for real-time localization, and is a low-cost mobile robot platform and is reproducible. So this is a view of the components of Maria Robot, the last version of Maria Robot. So the idea is to use learning from demonstration. So learning from demonstration involves 3 main stages. The first one is the demonstration stage, in which a professor, a human operator, demonstrates the behaviors that the mobile robot have to accomplish. So we use a kind of joystick to move the robot collects data from the environment and also collects the output of the human operator. With this data set, it uses machine learning algorithms to map input and outputs, and then starts the last stage, the imitation stage, in which the system imitates the desired behavior that we demonstrate in the first stage. So particularly, we are using trajectory learning, using learning from demonstration. And there are two main approaches that are commonly used on small mobile robot platforms. The first one is a low-level representation in which we map the sensory data and the motor information, and a high-level representation that allow us to decompose attacks in a sequence of small tasks or small perception micro-behaviors. So firstly, we have demonstrated this technique using simulation. So here we have the same mobile robot in a simulator environment, performing a turn right movement, turn left, or moving in the middle of a corridor. And we demonstrate that the robot is able to imitate the trajectories the human operator wants. Then we implemented a single layer perceptor neural network. We decided to start from the more simple neural network, a single layer one, okay, for controlling the speed of the robot's wheels. And also we adopt the use of a referee that we also modeled from the most simple way, using only one neuron. Of course, we assume that the data set is linearly separable because we are using only one layer. So we have two independent particle optimization algorithms. The first one is to train the speed controller, and the second one for training the referee. And this adaptive, let me see, this is the architecture of this adaptive single layer perceptor neural network. Here we have the input sensors. For simulation we have 6 sensors, but for the real robot we have only 4 sensors. And this is the single layer neural network that controls the left and right wheel speeds. And this is the referee. The idea is that the referee switches the weights and biases of the single layer perceptron depending on the behavior, the micro behavior the robot must to accomplish. Some real results. So these 3 figures here are the demonstrated trajectories. We have that, we can see that it's not an efficient human operator. There are many, many deviations from these central obstacle. And also in the first scenario in which the robot have to move in the middle of the corridor, there was also a deviation in here. But those are the learning trajectories of the mobile robot. So it managed to accomplish the micro behaviors. Those were the 3 simple micro behaviors we learned the robot. And then we will test the performance using unknown scenarios. Scenarios in which the robot was never trained, was never collect any data. So, of course, there are some problems when turning left in an obstacle with right corridors. And in some cases, it performs correctly, the trajectory, but those other results here, using some obstacles in the trajectory. So, in this trajectory learning problem, we explore the simple neural network, a simple neural network. And of course, we can say that it doesn't work as well. However, we have also used other neural networks that we already know that they work as well. So from the hardware implementation, we have some results. We are using around 90% of the lookup tables of the FPGA, huge consumption. Here we have in yellow the velocity modules, and in red the neurons for the SLP neural network, and in green the referee neuron. It spends around 1,200 milliwatts. So in this project, we explore this adaptive neural network and online training using a small computational platform. And some current challenges of this project is using multi-robot learning. We would like to use this kind of techniques on collaborative robotics, so we have to explore multi-robot learning and decentralized learning. And for that, we also need to map some algorithms using hardware software co-design and take care of the computational efficiency. And this is my work team at UNB. We have 2 PhD students working on different sub-projects and 3 undergrad students in electronic engineering. So that's all. I would like to thank the funding agencies, and that's all. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you. Questions? Questions? Okay. One question here.
Hi. I saw that the FPGAs used a lot of resources, the projects and the implementation. Did you face an error on critical path on routing and mapping all the circuits in the FPGA? And if you did, how did you solve them?
Of course, we found many errors. We are using floating point arithmetic representation. So from the precision analysis or precision results, we have really good results. We avoid using floating point, using fixed point arithmetics. And it's not only because the precision, but because the dynamic range. Using floating point, we can represent very, very small numbers and very large numbers using the same data width. So from the precision perspective, we can adjust our operators, multiplication, addition, subtraction, division, anyone, because we previously developed our own VHDL code generators for those arithmetic or trigonometric operators using floating point. So we are modeling the neural networks and the fuzzy logic systems in a high level, for instance, using Python or MATLAB or something like that. And we indicate to the system how many layers we want and how many neurons we want in each layer, which sigmoidal function each neuron will contain, and then it automatically produces the VHDL code. And then we reduce dramatically the design time, something that can spend more than 2-3 weeks. We can do in some, 2 or 3 months, we can do in some weeks, okay? The difficult part was the dynamic partial reconfiguration, this solution here, because it's not easy to explore these techniques. The development tools are not easy to deal with, and, but it provides good results in terms that we reduce the hardware consumption, also the power consumption. This part is difficult to accomplish, to achieve. Because of that, we decided to develop our own modeling tool. So in this part, many errors we found. This part in here implements the artificial neural networks or the machine learning models better. And probably we can move to cheaper device, not costly, around $40, but maybe $15 or $20 FPGA device. And we have space, a lot of space for the other tasks. Okay, so the answer is yes. There are many errors during the design of this kind of solutions, but we have to manage to deal with. Yeah.
Can I ask one more? Yeah. So, like you said, the training models and the artificial intelligence were done via Python or MATLAB, right?
Yes. For this case study, yes, it was offline.
Okay. So you said you were doing the VHDL code with high-level synthesis, or
no?
No.
No.
All of them by VHDL.
Yeah.
Directly.
Yeah, VHDL, the direct development, but we are using previous developed IP cores by our group. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it facilitates the development of RTL solutions. The second application, the mobile robot for learning trajectory, it uses online training. So here we have the PSO algorithm training the neural networks that are mapped on the hardware part of the SoC FPGA. The PSO is running on the ARM processor.
Okay, more questions? Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I think that we reached the end, so thank you for coming, and that's all, folks.